Guram? Guram? Okay. Testing one, testing one, one. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Testing. Test, 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 test. Okay, so we're live. Are we on? That's right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody that's just tuned in. This is a day 2 of Asia Rugby's West Asia Sevens Trophy. In front of us we see UAE in white. They're playing against Palestine. Palestine being the newcomers to the block. This is their first Asia Rugby tournament. UAE did a good job yesterday in getting to the pathway of playing in the semi-final. There are 4 spots. There are 5 teams here, and there are 4 spots for the semi-final. So one team will not go through to the semi-final. And at this stage, it looks as if it's going to be Palestine that's not going to go through. They've lost all 3 of their matches. So this is a UAE side. They lost against Qatar yesterday. So I think they're going to make their intentions very clear right from the start. They want to put up as many points as possible. So when we look at the Palestinian team, this is actually for Asia Rugby and for the rugby community around Asia, West Asia especially. It's great to see Palestine play in their first official Asia Rugby tournament. But they've got a mountain to climb here against the UAE. UAE is going to go right through, and we're going to see the first try from UAE. And he puts it down. Okay, that's Saki. Saki Naiso. He's originally from Fiji. And as you can see, he's trying to make it very easy for his kicker. We've got a little bit of a wind here today. Yesterday we did not have any wind. We got a breeze around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. That didn't influence the game. So for those that are aware of the weather patterns in the Middle East, it's now the change of seasons, and normally there's a bit of a 1 or 2 sandstorms coming up, and then from there on it's officially winter, which is perfect weather for anybody around the world. We can see UAE trying to pin down Palestine. That ball was touched. So just as a reminder, within the laws, if a ball gets touched, let me just look at this offload. So Bulavinaka, well done. There is a guy with one from the UAE. For me, it looks like Eppley that's just scored the try. Yeah, and of course we've seen him yesterday. He's definitely no newcomer to scoring tries. So that try was not converted. So score is 12-0 for UAE, and this is still early in the first half. So if we go at this rate, there's going to be a lot of kickoffs from the UAE. So I think let's have a look. The referee is Mr. Surajit from India. He's just tying his laces. He's making sure he's got time back on. And we're ready. Let's see where this kick's going to be. It's going to be a hanging kick. This is exactly what the UAE want, because we can see in terms of size, they can contest for the ball in the air. Mr. Surajit says there was a knock-on by Black. Black, of course, being Palestine. I commented yesterday that I really love the design of their shirts, because it's very Middle Eastern. At first I thought it was a formal shirt, and then I had a look at it. It's a beautiful print on the front side of the shirt. So we've seen UAE scrum very well. Let's have a look and see what they do with this one now. They keep it steady because they want to go blindside. It's a bit of a wrestling battle there. Now they're going to set up a attacking platform, but that was a quick one. That is a quick one. Is that Boris? Yes, that looks like number 5 Boris is going through to the corner, stealing a try. Flag is up. So we've got another converted try. So I take it the score is now 19 points to 0 for the UAE. We can see the Palestinian players planning how they're going to counter this chase by the UAE chasers. Let's see another beautiful hanging ball. UAE is getting in place. This time Palestine gets away, and I would do the same if I were Palestine. I use the wind a little bit and just get a kick all the way out, and now try to pin UAE down in their own half. But you need more defenders to chase, and I think the kicker was about the only one that really chased the ball. So this is a long distance try there for the UAE. I don't know, from the looks of it, it looks like it's Jamie Wilson that's gone through there. He's definitely had a 70-meter run, and I don't think he's even broken a sweat. These guys are fit, of course. They've been preparing well for this tournament. And as we know, Sevens Rugby, it's just the real athletes who can play at this level. So let's have a look. Conversion kick. And flags up. That was quite a difficult kick, but well done to the kicker there. That was great. Taking his score to 26-0. And yesterday we mentioned about the great work that ball boys are doing. So every time, once the conversion attempt has been made, there's always a ball ready for the kicker to take. That was a knock-on from UAE. That's Eppley, just couldn't get the ball to stick to his fingers. So let's have a look what the UAE is going to do. If you look at size and weight, the UAE is definitely the bigger side here. But what we've seen is with their kick-ins, they did not push. They wanted to give a quality ball to the scrum half. So, but I am expecting them to go real hard and try to win the ball. The referee is saying, Palestine, you can't push before the ball gets thrown in. There's a little bit of confusion with Palestine. UAE is going to take advantage of this and try to get through. Some good play there from the UAE. But Palestine's managed to get the ball. The ball is still in play. The referee says the player with the ball crossed the line. He's got his flag up. This is going to be a UAE throw-in because Palestine took the ball out. The assistant referee is making very sure that the thrower knows exactly where to throw from. Now the referee, Mr. Suraj, is going to make sure that is that gap that we need. Yeah, he's just ordering people exactly where to stand. That's right. Referee saying, I've heard it. There was a siren that went off, which means that this is last play in this half. And the UAE's got a good ball there. And that's another score. If that's number 7, Jamie Wilson's scored his second one. I heard some good communication there. He saw there was nobody in front of him, and he shouts Saki Saki. That is his teammate, and Saki got the ball to him, and he dotted it down just before half time. So score 31-0 now, and straight after this, the guys are going to have a sip of water, take 2 minutes off. Conveniently now, while they're waiting for the kick, they can actually get ready, rehydrate, and then very soon after this kick, the coaches will be on the pitch to give their instructions. We have time off now. There's an injured player down on Palestinian side, so the referee's got time off. You can see the teams in the middle doing their breathing exercise just to calm the mind, calm the body. This is something that we see on the HSBC circuit where the professional teams just take 30 seconds to get their breath and just get their minds calm before they listen to the basic instructions of the coach. So current score, as I have it, is 31-0 for the UAE. We have the medical team on the field. Yesterday we saw that that we're actually very, very blessed with highly, highly trained medical staff. Uh, and what we see now is they're just making sure that the player is fine, that there are no spinal injuries. And then from there on, if the player needs to be removed from the pitch, it will go straight to an assessment. We had a couple of removals yesterday, nothing serious, but sometimes we just need to make very, very sure, and especially when it comes to concussion. So as we know, World Rugby is very serious about putting player welfare first. So at the moment, there's an assessment going on the pitch, but in the meantime, we can see the Palestinians they've already had their water, so I guess once the kick is over, the coach will be on the field to give some instructions of how to stop this tidal wave of the UAE's running.
الجو صار يبرد. ايه يعني يبرد الجو شوي شوي. في الحر ما يشتغل ولا شنو؟ ايه بس اول مباراه بيعذبنا فيها ليش؟ لانه الدنيا حر مطلوب يعني كهرباء يا ابراهيم شو ناقص كهرباء ولا الخط شوي؟ ها؟ شو مكيف انت يعني بدك المكيف يبرد الجهاز. المهم عندهم لازم جهاز التبريد يجهز الجهاز هاي تعبان ما يبي صحراوي هذا مو صحراوي هذا والمباراة الأولى يمكن ما يصورون. شيله ما له حد لا لا خلاص انا ما اعرف اموره جيده. يلا شوف خليه يجيب صوت. الو اذا انت عندك شيء الو ما تقدر انا بتكلم. نعم احنا نوصل. لو الحين ما صورت المباراه وش يقولون لك؟ يعملون التليفون امبارح حطوا حقهم. ايوه ما انت لانك ساكت. ما دام انت ساكت بعدين بدك ما بدك هاي صحراوي. هذا كلام فاضي. هذا كلام فاضي ما يشتغل في برا. هذا بدك صحراوي. طيب ما بينفع هذا اللي شوف هذا اندور. بس طلع له هذا وتودي له برا الحراره معروف. قال لي هذا قل لهم اول ما تشتغل قول لهم لا 1000 واحد عم يتفرج. 1000 واحد عم يتفرج. بس يجوا على التليفون
دقوا لي والله بنشتغل ضروري. هلا بخبرك اصلا ما تغير السكور يا ابراهيم. معك قلم ابراهيم؟
عشان في هواء. لا قلت الشعراء
بعده 31
دلوقتي هذا هذا المقرر بعدين هذا ما يمضنا يعني
بس ابراهيم ما تغير السكور بعد ايه؟
ما عندي شيء.
ما تغير على اليوتيوب. انا غيرت ونضم.
ما عندي اليوتيوب. وين اليوتيوب؟
هي عندي.
غير؟
لا
انت غيرت
كل شيء بروح انا 10 دقايق.
في وقت هون كمان. هذا اللي تحت لازم نضبط عليه بس لا بس ضل الصبح ثاني.
بس هلا تغير. بس ليش ابراهيم بشوط ثاني بتفريسه؟ لكن تايم كنترول.
هذا تايم كنترول. ثاني وين القطعة الثانية؟ 64. ابراهيم نزل صوت الجمهور شوي واطلع له صوته ولا شلون؟ نزل انت عادي الصوت عادي. ها؟ هذا صوت. لازم الجمهور. طبعا. عرفت؟ النبي العربي. خبرة مستقيم. واحدة بالصوت وهذا. اللعبة أصلا أجنبية. أصلا إحنا ما لنا فيها. بس قاعدين نرمي كورة بس. اربط الحمار ما تروح مع عاوز الحمار. صوته ما طالع؟ شلون ما طالع؟
هلا على اليوتيوب منه طالع. صوته ما طالع.
لا اليوتيوب بده نظام غير. مش مثل هذا. لا إذا بتفتحينها على اليوتيوب ما بيطلع.
لا انا عم بسمعه. هلا بطلع.
صوت طالع مع الجمهور. يعني نزل صوت الجمهور شوي ولا شلون؟
صوت ما عم بيطلع هون باللون.
وين المايك الثاني؟ هاي المايك في معه مايك.
It's going to be a hat trick. That is a hat trick. Brilliant stuff. Number 7, he scored his hat trick today. Jamie Wilson, he's saying, shall I take the kick? Yeah, I think to save time, let's... No, he's not going to take the kick. He gives the kick to his regular kicker. We've seen him kick very, very well. He's just waiting for the Palestinian players to get out of the way, not to obstruct him. Mr. Surah just showed him where exactly he wants the kick. And that is the... He's not going to take the kick. They want to save time because Ahuta went off. They actually want to run in another try, it seems. Okay, let's have a look. What's UAE going to do now? Different kicker. Beautiful hanging kick, making it very difficult for Palestine. And there's always somebody in your face. So that was a knock on. Mr. Surah just says, guys, that's it. That's the end of the match. Shake hands. Let's get off. The next teams are ready to play. We can see some high fives and handshakes. That's the beauty of this game. The respect. Doesn't matter what the score is. They're just saying, thank you very much. This was great.
سامع
Let's see if his kick can go 10 meters because the Iranians have been struggling with this. I'm sure he's going to get it 10 meters. Let's see if he's going to go deep and try to pin them down in their own half. No, he's got full trust in his players to tap the ball back and for them to recycle the ball from there. Let's have a look. The ball pops out. Lebanon's decided we're going to go straight. Just try to engage as many defenders as possible to get that one person overlap. There's been a knock on here. The referee's saying I'm playing advantage to. It's a ruck on the far side. Let's see if Lebanon can get this ball out. There's no scrum off. Okay, now the ball's going to come out. Let's see if they're going to use the same tactics. And to get this number 11, Ali Yagoti, let's see, he's the speedster, but he can also step. Good defense, and right there's Payam number 9. He's going to score. He's celebrating as if he's. Wow, that was close. So I think that is a good opportunity for young people watching this. Don't celebrate until you've put the ball down. We've seen these clips on YouTube with people celebrating, and then the next moment before they put the ball down, starting to celebrate, and then they get a thumping tackle and takes him over the dead ball line. So that conversion was successful as well. So that takes the score to 26-7 for Iran. So I'm sure second half, I don't think the coach has much to say to Iran. I would just say, make sure when you kick off, get it 10 meters firstly. Secondly is just get it out to your speedsters. Get it out to this Ali guy on the wing, and he's going to do the job for you. But they've also showed that other people can score tries. Payam has just scored a try, very, very good try. So and Mehdi scored a try, number 13. So they've got the speed, get the ball out, and I think the last comment from a coach's side would be keep contesting at those rucks, but stay on your feet, because the two turnovers gave them 2 tries. So Lebanon really has to do some soul searching here. Firstly, make sure that you don't lose the ball at your own rucks, firstly, and then secondly, just play the process, because they do have enough skills, they do have enough speed, they do have a strength and size to counter this Iranian attack. So in a few minutes the sun would go down behind the pavilion, and that would make it easier. I'm sure it would make it easier for those receiving the kick. Iran may think of kicking to the right just to get the receiver facing the sun, but they're going to go and say, this time we're going to get it 10 meters. And again, it's not 10 meters. I think they're not looking at the direction of the wind. So this is the third time that Lebanon's has been gifted this opportunity to attack right from the center spot. So now Lebanon, they just need to be patient and play the phases. And there's a little breakaway, but as we've seen, that Iran has the speed to cover on the side, and there goes Iran again with a counter ruck. Great counter ruck, but you need to hold your own body weight. The referee, Mr. Yaku, says it's very unsportsmanlike to kick the ball away, because you're slowing down the game, and that's a yellow card. That's a yellow card. I can't see the number here. I think it's Payam, one of the try scorers. That's just going to spend 2 minutes on the naughty chair. So let's see what Lebanon, they are ready. They want to cross this line, and there they go. Let's have a look. Ball's going to come through. That's good running, good hands. Now they're running into contact. So they need to manage this breakdown well and try to get a quality quick ball out. Referee says, Iran, you're infringing again, please. And that's not 10 meters. No, Mr. Yaku's going to... Oh, goodness, I haven't... I can't remember when last I saw a game with 7 against 5, but okay, this is going to be interesting. If they need to capitalize on this, they need to try to score as quickly as possible. There it is. Well, it's putting the ball down, and I'm sure he's going to rush. Don't rush the kick too quick, I would say. Yeah, that's it. My advice would be, don't rush it. Take your time. That 2 or 3 extra seconds not going to make a difference. But okay, how are they going to capitalize? 5 versus 7. I would say try to get just a hanging ball, contest it, and then pin them down, and then play from there. But Iran's doing the right thing. They're trying to kick through, and of course we've got that speedster Ali there, Ali Yagoti, and he's there. Beautiful tackle, and I think he's contesting the ball, but as he went for the ball, there was a knock on. Okay, so the referee saying, come back on. That's one of the yellow card candidates. Just come back. I can see him. He's telling the boys, listen, we have this in the bag. If we can just hang in there and get our 7th player back on, things will be much better now. But as we know in 7s, you never have anything in the bag. So I think this is not, ideally, this is not where Lebanon would want to attack from. But there was some clever play from Iran. Referee saying there was a foot up before the ball was fed. And he's giving a free kick to Iran. Now they're going to try to get one of those speedsters at full pace running onto the ball. Let's see what they do. They do what they do well. They get the ball through the hands and get it to the side. Okay, so they've decided we're going to take on contact and then swing the ball to the right. Let's see, they've got but it seems that they've got a forward here on the right wing, so I don't think they're going to get it all the way, so that's why they opted for the kick. I think one of the unwritten rules as a coach, if you would say to a player in sevens, if you kick, there was a high tackle. I think the referee saw it, but he's playing advantage. Well done, well done. So he just needs to draw his man and give him the ball. Nice little communication there. Now he needs to confuse the defender while he's waiting for his support runners, but the support runners were slow, and Iran actually managed to get a penalty here. He was holding on to the ball. He's looking at the referee saying, but I couldn't have done anything different. And the referee is most probably thinking, yeah, but you didn't have any support players there. So it's human to make a mistake like that. So Iran's going to slow it down now. They're treating this almost as a set-piece attack. We got the subs on, and Iran are back to 7. That's right. So when Lebanon had 7 against 5, they managed to score 1 try. But since then, Iran's been playing very, very clever, very patient. Now we see them taking the ball through their hands. They know they've got it in the bag in this one. It's a little bit of a show and go, and a little sunny ball flick there, which didn't work perfectly, but they're doing a good job. So now they need to get the ball out, and I think they're just going to slow it down, go through the hands, and then when there's a gap, they will take it. Perhaps we'll get a kick as well. No, we're seeing another runaway try, but there's a good chase there. But he's, again, Iranian style, celebrating before you cross the line, but that was a beautiful try. They were quite patient at first, just waited for the gap, and when they realized they had that opportunity with a slight overlap, that's where they get the speedsters into the game. Mr. Yako's looking at his watch. I'm sure there's not much time left in this match. It's not the end yet. He's saying there's still enough time for another kickoff. He will be assisted by a hooter on the other side of the field that would indicate to him last play. So Iran's deciding we're going to kick it deep. Yes, that's exactly what we want. We want it a little bit deeper. We actually want to play in their half. We want to make it difficult for Lebanon. There's still a lot of rugby. There's beautiful left and right passes. Good defense. Unfortunately, there was a tackle with tackling a player without the ball. So Lebanon, they need to get out of this. They need to set up an attacking platform. The rush defense from Iran seems to be working. The clock's ticking and the score is 33 points to 14. So this is an opportunity. Wahil, beautiful running off the ball, but also beautiful defense from Lebanon, forcing the knock-on. See some good sportsmanship there from Iran, helping Whale up, saying to him, good run. Time to get the subs on now. So if you take your playmaker Wahil off, it could be one or two things. Either he is tired and you need to rest him because Lebanon has a back-to-back gig. They're having their last group match straight after this one, so perhaps give him a bit of opportunity. Or on the other hand, to say there's not enough time. Here's another speedster. We saw him yesterday. This man is Mustafa. Yesterday when I saw him, I thought he was the fastest man in Iranian team. And when I spoke to the team, they said no, he's one of the fastest. And so definitely, I would actually love to see a runoff between Ali and Mustafa. I don't know if we can organize that. I don't think we have time because we're quite pushed for time, and to try to get to 8:20 final for the men and 8 o'clock final for the women. But I would love to see a runoff between 12 and 11 from Iran. And that's the end of the match. It was actually a very good conversion kick as well that takes a score 40 points to 14, which in my opinion is not a fair reflection. I believe Lebanon was in the game, but as we've seen, 2 turnovers from Iraq, it was 2 tries, and already then Lebanon was in trouble. And then of course those kickoffs from Iran, they actually very lucky that Lebanon didn't capitalize on that. So yeah, Lebanon, a little bit of homework to do, and unfortunately for you, you don't have much turnaround time because you're going to play very soon, play your next match. So there's a lot to celebrate in the Iranian side. I think message from the coach would be celebrate after the game, not just before you cross the line. I would say that's one of the things. And secondly, I would just say play to your strengths. Use those speedsters. Mehdi and Ali and Mustafa and all those guys that have scored tries today. In the background, it's very apt that we're playing the final countdown because this is the final countdown. This is the first Asia Rugby tournament, first Asia Rugby adults tournament that we've had in almost 2 years. So it's so great to see rugby back, to see a competition like this with 5 women's and 5 men's teams. And on my right hand side I can see the Iranian men getting a standing ovation from the women's side, clapping them off, saying well done guys, you've made Iran very, very proud. And for those Iranians watching from Tehran and all of the other cities, rugby cities in Iran, I would just say this was a good display, a power display, speed display from Iran. So a lot to celebrate. But I wouldn't start celebrating now because we still have semi-finals and finals to go. But definitely a game to celebrate this one. I think this will definitely lift the spirits. So what do Lebanon do? I think the best advice for me is just for them to go back, recover, and just work on a strategy for the next one, because we've seen them. They're good at the rucks, they're good at scrummaging, and they're good at hard running. So yeah, so just look for those gaps. I would say just try to avoid the contact a little bit. We've seen them with good passing skills, with good communication. It seems that they've been playing together for some time. So all is not lost. They're definitely going to play in a semi-final. It's from now, and it's just to work out your strategy. What are you going to learn from in this next match? So for those that are watching and expecting a next match, expecting the Iraq and Iran women to play each other, that match has been called off. We had a couple of injuries from Iraq, firstly, and then secondly, Iraq didn't travel with a full squad of 12, so the decision to call that match off was taken taking player welfare in consideration. So that means we have a 20-minute break now, and that's an ideal opportunity for the Qatar women's team to use the pitch as the warm-up area, because this is where they're going to play very soon. Just to update you on what we can still expect from the women's side, the next anticipated, this is a really anticipated match on the women's side. These are the two strong teams that showed yesterday that they want to end up in that final, that actually they want to go home with some medals, Qatar women and UAE women. So that's a much anticipated match, as we saw with yesterday with the men's side. They had the crowd ecstatic when Qatar men beat UAE men. So I guess we will see the same when the women play each other. So Qatar women had a good couple of games yesterday. They had to work very hard to fend off Iran and Syria. So yeah, especially Syria gave them a good run for their money. They had a tough first half against Iran, but then the floodgates opened and they managed to win comfortably. UAE had a shock surprise yesterday when they played Iran. Iran women who lost against Syria, and then when they came back against UAE, and they managed to force a draw out of the UAE. And so yeah, I guess both teams had done their homework. Both coaching staff really worked hard last night to come up with new strategies to decide what are we going to do. I would just say play like you played yesterday. Both teams played very, very entertaining rugby. So I'm looking forward to, in a couple of minutes, to UAE women, Qatar women. So the sun is just behind the pavilion here in Doha, Qatar. And as we've mentioned so many times, beautiful conditions for rugby. The pitch, when I first saw it, I thought it was a carpet or a putting green. It's great to play rugby on a pitch like this. And I think many of these unions, this will be a lasting memory in their rugby careers, to actually play on this Aspire pitch here in Doha. So from the Qatar women's side, we've seen some very, very good tries yesterday. Captain Yasmin, very, very inspirational. She takes control. She manages to get her players in the right frame of mind before the game, and then from there on they just go through the process. Well drilled, well trained, good communication skills from their side. Technically very good at rucks. So they're just going through the motions at the moment, just getting themselves ready for that UAE game. So in the women's division, there's actually the next game, UAE versus Qatar, is a game to determine who's going to finish up top, because we know that Iran is in the 4th place and Syria is in the 3rd place. So Iran will play the winner of this next game, and Syria will play the loser of the next game, and that would be the semi-finals. So those semi-finals will be played at 6 o'clock Qatar time. So I'm sure the Iranians are going to watch the next game to see who are they actually going to play at 6 o'clock and prepare themselves. And the Syrians would also be watching this game to see who will they play at 6:20. So on the women's side of this competition, the team that scored the most points is the UAE. They actually scored 104 points already. They only conceded 12 points. So that's a sign of how well they structured defensively. So I can imagine that Qatar has to break their defense in some form, because it's not going to be easy to break their defense. They only conceded 2 tries so far, but then on the other hand, Qatar women's only conceded 3 tries so far in their 3 games. So yeah, defensively very, very well organized teams. And then third place in terms of scoring is currently it's Syria on 89 points, because they got 20 points for the game that they did not play against Iraq. But if we think of how we saw them run in a score of over 50 yesterday against Iraq, I would say if Iran had played Iraq, perhaps they would have put up a big score as well. So let's have a look and see what's going to happen here. UAE will play in their green shirts in this game. They normally play in the white shirts, but because they're playing Qatar, they decided to play in the green shirts today. Beautiful designs, both teams. And that's one comment I can make about this weekend. The team shirts are very, very well designed, very colorful, and we've seen some interesting designs here, especially from Palestine and from the UAE. Good design there. They are with Tsunami now as the kit sponsor. Good quality shirts made for this part of the world. So it's slightly lighter, but it's just as strong, so it doesn't carry that much weight and sweat. Something that you need in this part of the world. So the teams are ready. The music is still blaring. That means that the match officials are not ready yet. I can see them putting on the electronic gear, making sure that those communication systems are working very well between the referee and the assistant referees on the sideline. And I can imagine those players are getting ready. They're getting a little bit impatient, saying, we want to play, we want to get on and play. And here they come, Qatar. And now, as predicted, they've got the crowd support. They've got the crowd. They hope to get the crowd back on their feet and cheering. So UAE is coming to this one and saying, we want the top spot. We want to go through this tournament as the top team. And Qatar saying, we want the same. So let's see. We've got 14 minutes of very entertaining rugby ahead of us here. There was a knock-on. The referee says there was a knock-on. Qatar did not retrieve 10. But the referee is playing advantage. He's saying there's a chance, UAE. You're close to the try line. And you still have the ball in hand. So let's see what you make of this. UAE's decided we're going to go straight. And that's a good run there. Good running, and they actually putting the ball down. Apart from the substitute bench, the crowd was very quiet on this one. I'm sure that was not what they would have wanted. The kicker is making ready. She's got a body position. She's doing the Johnny Wilkinson style. And it's not paid off. Perhaps the wind played a little bit of a role there. Okay, score is UAE 5, Qatar the hosts 0. But this is still early days in this game. So let's see where this kickoff will go. Let's see. We know UAE has the ability to contest. We've got tall players contest in the air. There goes Marwa. She's a good runner with the ball. We've seen her. But the UAE, they're right in their faces. A little mistake there by Qatar. And it's these little mistakes that just turn the momentum. These little knock-ons that give UAE a good attacking platform. UAE, they're getting their players to the left. So they would want to run in a try with a winger at full pace. Let's see what they do with this one. Bit of a scrappy ball, but she got it out very well. And now we see there's a switch in the midfield. She's looking for a runner. And here they go again for the line. There's nobody there. So she's deciding I'm going to go straight to the middle, and that's Tara Cooney. And Tara Cooney decides, but I've got the strength. Try line is quite close. I'm going to go myself. So well done, Tara Cooney. That's your first try for this game. It's definitely not a first try in her life. It's also not the first try in this tournament. So yeah, Tara's a workhorse. She's the one that gives that power and strength in the scrums. I have to say that Tara knows she's got the business end of this day in her mind. She's not celebrating prematurely. That was just a try. I can imagine she's thinking we've got bigger fish to fry in this today. By 8 o'clock we want to be there and playing the final, and 8:20 we want to walk off as winners. So that's still a long way to go. Very good catch there again by Marwa. And now she's decided to take herself, but she runs into a brick wall of green UAE shirts. And yes, there's Tara again. That she's doing what she does well. She puts in those hard tackles and make it very difficult for Qatar. There's a little knock on. Let's see if Qatar can get advantage from this. The referee's on the spot. Okay, here they come. We've seen Qatar run pretty well, but the UAE, as we've seen, they've only conceded 2 tries so far, so they're right in their faces. Okay, so that advantage, the previous advantage was over. Qatar had the ball for multiple phases, and now the UAE is enforced another scrum on them, and that's just through pressure. That's just with applying pressure, constant pressure, and that's why they've been in Qatar's half all of this match so far. So let's see what UAE will do with this one. Will they go wide? They're standing very, very deep. There's a good little show of the ball, and now there's a David Campese goose step, a run around, and now they need to get their speedsters in position. There it is. Does she have? Yes, she does have the pace, and she goes down, slides in, and takes the score to 17 points to 0. As I said earlier, I think the shock draw for the UAE against Iran just motivated them. This is totally a different team that we see now, different attitude, same team, different attitude. I think against Iran they did not expect. The Iranians were tackling 3 tacklers on a ball carrier over and over and over again, and I think that just broke the momentum of the UAE. So my message at halftime to Qatar would be: first tackles, make sure you get your first tackles, and then secondly, don't do those 50-50 passes that goes to ground and gives the UAE a platform to attack from. So here we go again. The play is still going to be in. Okay, so Tara tries to tap the ball back, but that ball hadn't traveled 10 meters. Now this is the platform that the Qatar women want to use. Let's see, the majority of the players on the left now, they're deciding, okay, we're going to do a diamond shape. I'm sure they have a name for this one. It's going to go round, and then they go and accelerate, try to look for that gap and get a speedster out. And there's some good defense from the UAE, and the flag goes up. UAE decided to take a quick throw in, and yes, they want to get out of their own half, and they want to use their speedsters. They've decided to go through the middle. Some good play there by their captain. She's taking her time. She's lost the ball. Let's see what the referee says. Did this ball go backwards? No. The referee calls them back and said, Qatar, the knock-on came from your side. Again, a UAE scrum. Again, it's going to be a very strong scrum. Let's see what the UAE does. If they're going to use the same model as the men, they would most probably on their own scrum not scrum too aggressively, because you want to give a steady ball. And that's it. That's offside. That worked very well for them. It was a steady scrum. And there's number 5 from the UAE. She's deciding I'm going to get my name in the record books, but there's also a thumping tackle. This is beautiful. Beautiful rugby. Good defense, good attack. The referee saying, holding on to the ball, well done. UAE, please go back. Well done. Good defense from Qatar. We've seen some good attacking rugby, and then we've seen some brilliant defense. So they need to get out of their own half. This is what Qatar needs now. There was a little knock back from Qatar, so the referee says, let's play on. And the ball, and that's what I've been talking about, those little knock-ons. And I'm sure that's what the coaches, Coach Hassan and Coach Shanier, is going to say to the Qatar girls. Girls, just calm down. It's those little knock-ons are going to cost us the game, because the score is already 17-0. But we've seen Qatar come back. They can come back from anywhere. We've seen them score long-distance tries and so on. But they need to hold on to those passes firstly, and then secondly, they need to make sure that they run a little bit harder, I would say, because it seems a little bit static at the moment. So referees getting to their usual discussion point in the middle, giving their insights to Mr. Akhil, the referee from Sri Lanka. So far we've seen 3 tries from the UAE. Very good play. It seems that the communication is getting better as this tournament progresses. They're alternating their style of play by playing wide, and then at the next phase of play, when the opponents are expecting them to play wild, they play straight. So keep the defenders confused. That's it. Referees asked 2 teams to come back in. Qatar's doing a little bit of a huddle there, and they're doing a 1-2-3 Qatar. I'm sure Coach Hassan has motivated them and just told them, girls, we've trained very hard for this. Believe in yourself, and that's what it is. That's what they need now. They need that self-belief that they can actually carve back a 17-0 score deficit. You see Coach Apollo Perellini on the other side giving thumbs up to his players, saying, girls, just do what you've been doing for the last 7 minutes. So this is a Qatar kickoff. That's a great little kick. Just there where nobody's there, so this is a good kick from Marwa. She's pinning them down, and they're close to their try line. No, this is where Qatar's defense. They personally, I believe they should have come up a little bit quicker, and because they're giving the UAE an opportunity to run with the ball, and we can see Marwa there. Marwa, brilliant. Marwa, the number 1 for Qatar. Tara managed to get the ball back. The referee's got time off. He's indicated time off. He's going to speak to a player. He's asking number 8 to leave the field. That's Malak. Do not really know what Malak did. I presume she deliberately knocked the ball forward. So this is a good play. Time is on, says Mr. Akhil. Let's play. UAE's got a deep line, and they're going to run and try to look for those gaps. Unfortunately, a little bit of miscommunication, and now Qatar's got the ball. They need to get out of jail here with 6 players. Let's see if they've got speed on the side. Yes, they do, and now there's a chase. There's a chase. The crowd's on their feet now. We can hear them loud and clear. And that young lady has got some speed. She's showing her heels, and she's got 2 UAE runners chasing. So I think there's a little bit of inexperience there from one of the UAE players. You basically just need one to chase. You don't need, because now it's about conserving energy. Good little kick there, Yasmin. Yeah, Yasmin. I spoke to Yasmin earlier today, and she was very motivated about this. She said to me she was thinking about this game. She's thinking about the games to come. Yasmin is also one of Asia Rugby's unstoppables. So great story about somebody that got injured and decided that she's going to come back and play at the highest level. And here she is living her dreams. So that's taken the score margin to only 10 points, score 17 points to 7. So again, Qatar still in their own half, but at least they get the throw in at the scrum. And what we've seen now with this speedster finishing a long distance try, that was a good little kick through there by the UAE. That is Shukh from the UAE, young Emirati lady that started playing rugby at school, and she's still here and living her dreams, playing for her country. The ball's coming out to UAE side. It just seems that the UAE can handle these chaotic situations better when the ball's on the floor and nobody knows what to do with the ball, that they capitalize on that, grab the ball and go for the try line. So the kicker is asking, I think that's Kylie, she's asking the ref, show me exactly where the spot is. Referee's checking the time because she only has 30 seconds. I think it was a bit of a rush kick there, but also very optimistic against this wind to get that kick over, but still, good swing. She got the height, perhaps not the distance and the direction. Okay, now it's time to get the subs on both sides. Score 22-0. Yeah. That ball didn't travel 10 meters. That ball didn't travel 10, so this is an opportunity for Qatar to attack. My question is now, do they have enough time to run in at least 3 tries to win this match? UAE very, very well organized in defense. Defensive line very well organized. Qatar needs to do something special to break through this line. And the ball comes out. There was a good counter ruck from the UAE. A little bit of a wide ball. If she can hold on to the ball in this one, good play there from the Qatar. She places the ball well, but she's lost it, and the UAE's decided we're going to capitalize on this. Referee says, listen, there's an offside line here at the breakdown, so let's just respect that. Referee Mr. Akil says it's time off and time back on, and let's play. That's a good run through the middle. That's some strength now. Qatar's showing that they can also run straight. And then let's hope they can get it out wide. I want to see, that looked a little bit forward, and it is, yeah, definitely. When I say a little bit, I mean about half a meter, so that's perhaps not a little bit. I think time's running out here for Qatar. So we can see the subs coming on. UAE getting ready for this scrum. We can hear a drum in the background. I'm sure that's somebody encouraging the Qatar women to do their best. And as I said, I think time's running out for them in this game. Time back on. That's a UAE feed. Good scrum by the UAE. Good clear ball by the UAE now. So they've got the opportunity. They're going to go in midfield, try to get the overlap. There's no overlap yet. They've decided to slow it down through the middle. That was good play. That was textbook style. Being tackled. There was a high tackle. Referee's putting his hand in his pocket, and normally when referees put their hand in the pocket, they are going to give a card. That's a card. That's Safa. Safa got a card. Safa Tijani got a card there. She's off now. Qatar's playing with 6 players only. UAE well organized towards the right. They've decided to go through the middle and then capitalize. And there's Kylie. She's going to go... No, that's not Kylie. Let me just see. I can't see the number there, but that's a great try from the UAE. Okay, so that means that UAE will play against women number 4, Iran, and that's at 6 o'clock. That's the first semi-final, and that means that Qatar will play Syria at 6:20. There's still some time left. We can see the coaches running on, giving water and instructions. I guess in the UAE side, the coach don't have to give any instructions anymore. They've got this one in the bag. Referee Mr. Akil looks at his watch. He's saying we still have a little bit of time to play. This will be last play. Let's see what the UAE does with this one. They need to contest it. They've decided we're all going towards the right and chase it, but then the kick doesn't go towards the right. Good football skills there, Qatar. Now they show what they've been doing so well. We can see a runaway try here. Well done. That is good running. That's another Yasmin, and she's going to go as close as possible to the... This is a good... Although this is not going to change the outcome of this game, Qatar's just showing we can also score tries. We've seen a try here from Yasmin now. Good run. Nora's making sure she adds the 2 points. The flags are up. Brilliant, yes. So, yeah, Charlotte managed to score a try for Qatar, and then Yasmin scored a try. But, as we said, UAE put up more than enough to take them through to the finals, to play Iran at 6 o'clock, and Qatar will play Syria. So we're getting ready for another men's match here. This is the match that we talked about, that this is close to a back-to-back for Lebanon. They had a 40 minutes rest. I think now with the weather being a little bit cooler, I don't think that would have any effect on them. These are very, very fit athletes, as we've seen in this tournament. All the teams came here with well-trained, well-drilled teams, which means that rugby is back on. So yeah. This is the final group matches that we're seeing now between on the men's side. UAE will play Lebanon, and then on the other warm-up pitch we can hear Iran and Qatar warming up for the final group match. So at this stage, Lebanon is ranked 4th, and they would most probably play against the winners of the group stages, which at this stage looks like Qatar, but let's see what the outcome of this match is and the outcome of the next match, because Qatar still has to play Iran, and Iran played really, really well against Lebanon. So unfortunately, this ball doesn't go 10 meters for the UAE, so that means Lebanon, you have an opportunity to start an attacking strategy right from the center spot, as they had so many times. They had three times against Iran, where Iran just couldn't get the ball 10 meters. Okay, so we see the playmaker there, Wahil. He scored a couple of tries already in this tournament. He scored tries today. Lebanon is first going to test the UAE, and the referee saying to Eppley, UAE number 3, there was a shoulder charge. I did not see you use your hands, your arms, so I'm going to award a penalty to Lebanon. So we see the player down. Referee is just explaining to him, please use your arms next time. Do not just charge with the shoulder. That's why Lebanon has the penalty. The player is down. He's getting up and he's saying, I'm not going to miss the rest of this game for any money in the world. I want to play for my country. And this is what we've seen this weekend, the passion that these teams play with. Okay, another attacking opportunity for Lebanon. Let's see. We know that they can get the ball through their hands and they can run hard into the gaps, which they've been doing so far in this game, trying to find those gaps. Penalty. So UAE, you need to be very careful at the breakdowns. It seems that there's some infringements in the breakdowns that actually make it easier for Lebanon to capitalize on this. But the UAE defense is pretty good. They're right in their faces and they're driving them back. We can see number 3, Eppley, doing what he does best. That's driving the defenders back. So Lebanon, they're just sniping for this. This is penalty number 4. So really, UAE, they need to manage their breakdowns now from now on, because very soon we may see a card, and that's what you don't want. You don't want to have 7 against 6 players. Lebanon's running very well, but thumping tackle there from the UAE. Again, penalty number 5. Referee is definitely saying, Lebanon, you need to move back. Clever little kick, perhaps something that you would see in 15s rugby there from Wahil. I'm sure he's a fly half, a standoff. He's got all the skills there. Now let's see, the UAE are contesting now, but Lebanon's managed to secure this. Wahil's going to go straight, and he's going to run into, and they're holding him up, and the referee's going to say the release tackler. Now this is penalty number 6 against the UAE. Slowly but surely, there goes Wahil. He's decided, I'm going to go as close as possible to the line, pop it to somebody, and the ball's going to come out. Referee's watching, making sure that the UAE don't infringe on this one. Let's see, Lebanon, you are so close. You need to do something here if you want to score a try. But well done again to the UAE, using their tactics, holding them up, pushing them back. Good defense from the UAE. They're going to go wide, and then they're going to try to play it inside. Good intelligent play there from Lebanon. Now the ball's got to go wide. It's slightly unorganized there in the midfield, but normally in 7s, if things are a bit unorganized, it means that the defenders could also be unorganized. So let's see what's happening here. And that was a rip by the UAE. Now they're going to attack straight from the try line. And that's it. And that's it. It's a foot race, and I'm sure the UAE is going to win this one. And against all odds, against the run of play, UAE is jotting it down under the post, making it easy for the kicker. So we've got a potential 7-0 lead that I believe that after 6 penalties, Lebanon couldn't capitalize. Well, firstly, credit to the UAE to rip that ball, but then secondly, UAE, you need to make sure that your breakdowns are legal, because you don't want those penalties. It just gives the opportunity for the opponents to capitalize on that. So score, 7 points for the UAE, 0 for Lebanon. Lebanon's really worked hard for 3 or 4 minutes, just camping down close to the UAE try line. Couldn't capitalize on that, and now against the run of play, score is 7 points to 0. Let's see if this one goes 10. Yes, great kick, goes 10, but it goes too far. It goes over the line, so the referee says it bounced outside of the line. So again, this is similar to the the ball that doesn't travel 10. This one only goes to Wahil again after how many restarts? Again, a little bit of a loose pass there. Open play. Some of the UAE players thought that Wahil was offsides there, but there was total open play. Here's an opportunity for Lebanon to score, but well done. Good defense, good counter-rucking there from the UAE. And they're making it very, very difficult for Lebanon. They're taking them on physically. Good play there by the Lebanese player, putting the ball down, releasing it, and then picking it up again. Wahil's decided, I'm going to go to the blind side and pop it to my winger there, who did not expect the ball, and he's looking up and saying to him, well, call the pass. Okay, so we've got a line out there. Referee's just talking to assistant referee saying, did the ball go out or did he knock it on? No. Assistant referee, Mr. Tony Dumini, says it was first to knock on, so let's go for the scrum. So what we've seen over this weekend is there's very little kicking, so I do not think UAE is going to kick from here. They're going to run from here. They've got the speed on the side. They want to test Lebanon. And we could see a break in the midfield. Let's have a look. Here comes the ball. And there's the little break in the midfield. And that is some brilliant running there. And that is Bulavanaka style, Mr. Eppley. This is not your first try today. And it's just amazing how these guys just feed off each other. He just threw the ball in the air. And the next moment there was somebody there. So, good play there from the UAE. From their own try line. So there was good play there between Saki and Eppley. Saki just playing Fijian style, make the break, step a couple of guys, and then next moment throw the ball over your shoulder and in full faith that your teammate will be there, and there is the man. So I think this is Eppley's third try today, so I think he's contender perhaps for one of the top try scorers if he goes on like this. So UAE is doing better now in terms of releasing the tackler. And there was a loose ball. Now Lebanon's in trouble. They need to get out of trouble. They want to run themselves out of trouble here. And that's it. They want to set up a platform. The ball went backwards. It's very scrappy. The UAE, they're in their faces. They're making it very hard. We can see Eppley pushing back there. Let's see what Wahil can do with this one. He's going ball through the hands. Referee saying, I'm going to stop time. I'm going to put my hand in my pocket, and that means a very, very unfortunate. That's a yellow card for deliberate knock on. Player shakes his head. He says, no, I actually tried to grab the ball. And then we see this so many times. There was a little bit of a flick pass, but it was a high tackle. Referee saying, I'm playing advantage for a high tackle. But I'll see what you can do. You can't do anything. I'm going to give you an opportunity to attack from here. I'm going to ask UAE to go back 10 meters. Just explaining there's time off. There's an injury. That looks like Wahil. I think he took a blow on the ribs there. He's definitely, as a fly half, as a standoff, he's not afraid of contact. A tough unit. There they go. Some good running there by Lebanon. They do have the feet, they do have the speed, and then if they can just send those flyers away, a thumping tackle from the UAE, slowing things down. This gives them a chance now. As I said, Wahil is not afraid of contact. Let's see if he can get a speedster away here. That's Alexander. Alexander, is he going to go all the way? Yes, that is Alexander Al-Sofi. He is going to run in the first try. put Lebanon on the board. So that is 14 points to 7. It's a matter of urgency. Once he put the ball down, he's already looking for the kicker and say, listen, we want to stay in this game. We want to narrow this margin. Flag goes up, so it's 14 points to 7. UAE leading Lebanon, and this is half-time. So quite an entertaining first 3 minutes where Lebanon got 5-6 penalties gifted by the UAE. They were right there. They were so close to the try line they could actually see the chalk. And then, brilliant defense from UAE. And then there was somebody ripped the ball and the UAE ran in a long distance try. The second try from UAE was a bit of an individual work there from Zaki. And then when he popped the ball over his shoulder without even looking, he found Epeli there, and Epeli just said, okay, I'll go and finish this off. Right in the middle, we see our referees chatting about this game. I think they're most probably discussing what's happening at the breakdowns. Assistant referees are saying, we're also seeing that there's a little bit of chaos at the breakdown. Sometimes the players are not releasing, so I'm sure the coaching staff got the message from the referees, and I'm sure they are going to say to their players, make sure that we stay on our feet, make sure that there are no side entries, make sure that we contest when we can and don't waste our energy on contesting when they've got the ball, rather set our defensive structures in place. So as we said, the outcome of this game and the next game would determine the rankings. And so far UAE is ranked second if they win this one, and they would be third or fourth if they lose this one. So there's still a lot to play for all four teams that has a chance to make it into the semis. Palestine, the team that's not going to make it into the semi-final. So these teams are assured of an opportunity to make it into semis. It just depends on who your opponent's going to be. In the background, we can hear the Qatar men's team warming up for their last group match, which will be against Iran. And as we saw earlier today, Iran ran in a couple of tries against Lebanon. That was top class. So let's see what's going to happen. This match is only one converted try between these two teams. Both teams want to get it to a first or second spot. Quality ball that comes out to the UAE, a little bit of a switch and then a break through the middle. This is where UAE's been very good. They've been very good at securing their own rucks. A little bit of a wild pass. It doesn't go out now. They just need to try to recycle it from here. But there's some strong defense from Lebanon. You can see 3 players from Lebanon on the floor, so that means there should be an overlap wide, and that's exactly what we hear number 7 shouting wide, wide, wide. He wants a wide ball because he's shown he can score tries. He scored 2 tries in his first match today. So, but there was just not enough space, and the ball's already on the other side. This is the beauty of sevens; it's so quick. A little bit of chaos there. Referee stops this and says, "Guys, I've spotted a knock on. So let's get back to a scrum." Lebanon, you can put the scrum in. Let's see what Lebanon will do with this one. So I see Wahil, the playmaker's gone off, so we've got a new playmaker. Let's see who's Lebanon's playmaker now. Expect a very, very strong scrum contest here from the UAE. Just need to make sure that they don't push before the ball goes in. So just take your time. Once the ball is in, then get those legs working. Very steady scrum, and there it goes. And the UAE actually stole the ball. Brilliant, and that's again against the run of play. Good little breakaway try. And he puts it on right in the corner. Lebanese players looking at each other and say, how did that happen? It's very tough with a turnover ball because your structure is, your players are deep, they're ready to attack, and then all of a sudden somebody grabs the ball and runs on the short side. Okay, unsuccessful kick. So that takes the UAE to 19 points. So there's a 12-point margin here at the moment. 19 points to 7. UAE leading Lebanon. We've seen the UAE contesting very well. You see number one is Ikaya using his height. Nobody's touching the ball. And another gift to Lebanon. Let's have a look at what they can do with this. They love running from there. They do love changing direction and waiting for that runner off the ball, but Hugh is holding them up, trying to enforce a scrum here. Ball comes out. Good rush defense from the UAE. It gave a little bit of a gap. There's a good body position over the ball, but the referee spotted offsides from Lebanon. And here goes the UAE. Now they want to put a nail in the coffin. And there he goes, number 7. I think this is his 4th try today. I have him as Jamie Wilson. And he's waiting for somebody to get a little bit closer because he's going to jot it down. And then make sure that these players get a little bit of a breather. On the far side of the field, we can hear the drums beating. That's the support for the local team, Qatar, that's just arrived, getting ready to run on to the next match. They will play Iran. You can see Iran already lining up. Qatar's getting ready. They're going to line up. That conversion was over, so that takes the score to 28 points to 7. 26 points to 7. Apologies. This one goes a little bit deeper. So now the UAE just need to set up their defensive line. And the ball goes out. Well done to Lebanon. Getting a clean ball. This is a slower ball. This is not what they want. And there was a steal. There was a great steal by the UAE. Ball gets thrown back. There's somebody there. Let's see if he can straighten it up and go straight. Okay. So I think the nail is in the coffin. This is the final nail in the coffin. I think for Lebanon, they know they have a spot in the semi-final. And they would most probably have played one of these two teams. And it's a successful conversion, takes the score to 33 points to 7. UAE leading Lebanon. And there's still time for another kickoff. Let's see if he can get a hanging ball here for number 1. Isekaya, he wants to contest. He wants to tap the ball back. Let's have a look. That's right. This is what he wants. There goes Wahil, playmaker. Seems to be the man that's doing everything today. Good rush defense. Rush defense paying off for UAE because they managed to get this ball away from a little knock-on. Referee played advantage. Now UAE's on the front foot here. And there was a good little break there. Well done, UAE. Another try. Now they're running in the tries. So that's going to take the score close to 40. There's 38-0, 38-7 to the UAE. Conversion to come. After this would be the end of the match. Conversion over. That takes it to 40 points to 0. UAE. Good day at the office for UAE so far. Good wins for them. so far. And this is definitely going to take them to the top 2 positions, depending on the outcome of the next match. You can hear the drum in the background. That signals that Qatar is going to play. That signals that the crowd they need to get behind their team. We've seen a brilliant display of speed rugby today with Iran when they ran in the tries against Lebanon. Long distance tries on the wing, speedsters coming in. We've seen the likes of Ali from Iran, definitely a speedster. So we're just getting ready for this next match. And for those who spent a lot of time on YouTube, would recognize the song playing in the background, and I'm sure if you have a visual mind, you can see a troop of coffin carriers getting ready for a funeral. But this is definitely not a funeral. This is a day of celebration here. So we're going to see, in red, Iran run on against the crowd favorites, and the top of the log team, Qatar playing in their maroon colors today. Yesterday they played in their white shirts. Iran's just playing in their red shirts. I'm sure they put it through the washer last night, so the shirts are not clean anymore because they've already played one game, and I'm sure they put on a lot of sweat in that game because they really put the foot on the pedal against Lebanon. We see the assistant referees and the in-goal referees taking their positions. Mr. Surajit's going to be the touch judge on this side of the field. Monray is the referee for this game. And on the other side of the pitch, we see Palak as the assistant referee. So the crowd's expecting a cracker. This team really entertained the crowd yesterday. They ran in some beautiful tries. We saw some brilliant synergy from so many of their experienced players. Little flicks behind the back. That is not the start that Qatar wanted. Definitely not the start. I think it was a little bit of a rush kick. Now Iran's not going to rush this. This is great. So they're setting it up. They're deciding what they're going to do. They're deciding, okay, first we're going to go left, and I'm sure then they're going to try to go right, and that's exactly what they're doing. But Qatar read that very well. And now they're coming left again. And this is what they've been showing. And there's the elusive runner. And that's Ali, and he found a big forward in the midfield, and he's looking for a support runner. And now if Iran can just get this out quickly, and well done to Qatar. They've slowed it down. They've made it difficult. A little bit of a show, and now Ali has to show his skills. He's done this before, and he scores the try. Mr. Monray's arm goes up. Ali Yakoti, well done. Now the crowd is very quiet. Understandably, every time the opponents score against Qatar, we get dead silence in this Aspire Stadium here in Doha. Referee Mr. Monray is just asking the Qatari teams not to interfere with the kick or not to distract the kicker. All kicks are important. This is a brilliant little kick. That's right. Miss Palak's got a flag up. She looks at the in-goal, and he also puts his flag up. Great. Well done. Good kick there. That is Umid Zare. So takes the score to 7 points to 0. This is not what The crowd wanted. And this is the umpteenth kick that the Iranians couldn't get to travel 10 meters. So, yeah, this is the opportunity that Qatar will try to use to set up an attacking platform, try to find a gap. Good body position at the ruck, well drilled, we can see that. And here they come, ball through the hands. Little show and go, and he backs himself with. And that says there's a gap opening in the midfield. We see they've got 3 players on the left, 3 overlap 3-1, but it's a slow ball now. They need to slow it down, decide to go to the left again. I think they've got their mark. Iran's got their mark, but there's a gap in the midfield. Iran showing brilliant ball skills and let's see where this ball's going to go. If he's going to pop into his hand, good defense. It was a backward ball, went backward. Good defense from Iran, but there's always somebody there. It's Velcro hands here. Well done. That is brilliant play from Qatar men. This is what the crowd came to see. You can hear the appreciation there. I think the try scorer was Dylan Peters, number 10. Good kick, so those scores are level. The crowd really enjoys this. This was not an easy kick, but he got it over to make sure the scores are level. So this is exactly where we started a few minutes ago. Now this is where Iran needs to come up with a plan to counter those runs in the midfield from Qatar. Iran does what they been doing. They get the ball through the hands, looking for that gap, and change direction. Good play, ball went back, and this is where they go. And it's a good little break, brilliant tackle, but well done, Iran, placing that ball. He's going to go to the blind side. And that is the captain. You got a brilliant tackle there. And now the ball comes through the hands again. They want the ball out to number 11, Ali. We've seen him score tries. They also want to keep the ball and make sure that the ball doesn't go out. They don't want to concede a line out, yeah. Ball goes out. In the middle, patience. Little wrap around to try to get that overlap. A hanging ball there. And this is Iran's running in their second try. And that looks like Gholam Reza, the captain, that scored. Still early days. This is not the same Iran that we saw in the first game against Lebanon, who started to celebrate when they just crossed the line instead of putting the ball down. This is serious business. Iran wants to do well in this one. They want to finish it higher up so that they can get an easier semi-final. They also want to show their strength. Brilliant kick there from Omid Zareh. He's got 2 successful conversions. And that is half-time. Time to bring on the water. Time for the coaches to come on. No, that is not half-time. That was just a referee indicating to the Iranian medical staff to get off the pitch so that this game can resume. Okay, now all eyes on number 10, Omid. Is he going to make it? Is he going to get that ball over the 10-meter line? Yes, of course. He kicks it. It may be too far. Okay, Omid's decided I'm not going to make the same mistake, and then he overcompensated and just got the ball over the dead ball line. So that means this is a gift for Qatar. Let's see what they do in terms of setting up an attacking platform from here, right from the middle. Okay, so they're going to go to the right, and then I'm sure they're going to try to test Iran close to the try line. Good thumping tackle there from Iran. Okay, so they're being tracked by Iran. Iran's got is playing with a sweeper at 9, which is good. So that means one less player in the defensive side, but it means that you've got that sweeper right at the end. Unfortunately, here for Iran, although there was a counter ruck, he did not stay on his feet. There's a little bit of a wrestling match there. Referee saying, guys, stop wrestling. Give the ball to Qatar. It's their penalty. Let's have a look and see what Qatar can do. They're very deep. They've got all their players lined up. They want to get the ball through their hands and look for that gap. They're looking for that gap, and now they want to get a break. Good defense from Iran again. Now Iran just needs to be very careful at the breakdowns. And there's some serious running there, and this is where Qatar's been playing very well, playing with the minds of their opponents. Show the ball. And that was a clever little play from Payam. He's realized it's very close. He heard the siren go off, or the horn go off, and he knew this was last play, so he just kicked the ball out instead of trying to make something out of nothing there. So intelligent play so far today. We've seen Iran playing to their strengths, not conceding too many penalties at the breakdown, firstly, and then secondly, just go get the ball through their hands, set it up, and be patient. It's a very patient Iranian team that we're seeing here today.
Half time now, 14-7. Iran leading. Ben, what do you think? You think the attitude of the teams are today? It seems quite different from yesterday.
Kuram, this is serious business. Yesterday was here. We're all happy to come back and play rugby and test the opponents. But now it's where are we going to end up on the log? And everybody's looking at 8, and the men are looking at 8:20 tonight. Everybody wants to be in that game. So yeah, definitely standard of play raised.
I think also we saw that at the hotel. I think a lot more focused. I mean, quite a few less people at the buffet at lunchtime because I think the people were just focusing. And it's actually great to see them taking it so professionally. I mean, the attitude was great, I think.
Oh yes, you're right. I think yesterday was, the day after arrival, the day after the captain's run. People were happy to see each other again, and so on. Yeah, but you're right. Today at the breakfast table, at lunch table, you could see people thinking about this day. This is all they've been thinking about for many months since Asia Rugby announced this tournament, this West Asia Sevens tournament. So yes, this is the business end of the day. Iran has really impressed with the patience in their play. And here we go. We're getting ready for the last 7 minutes to see where they're going to end up. Well done, Amit. You've got it over the 10 meters, and you've managed to put some pressure on them. Okay, so this is where Qatar loves to run from deep, then change direction, and then change direction, and then look for a little gap, try to get an offload. This is what they're looking for. Good contest from Iran, good legal contest. Player realized he was a little bit high and he's just shifted his hands lower. Okay, so Qatar's really testing them right on the sideline, and now this is a good attacking platform. Very, very deep. Let's see what they can do. Can they slow it down or just try to get speed out on the side? But we've seen some great speed from Iran. Well done. This is good defense from Iran. And both sides, players, it's almost like football style, saying, I didn't touch the ball, with their hands in the air. Referee's saying, here's the mark. And he's most probably thinking, guys, this is not football, like Nigel Owens used to say. Okay, so he's going to manage this line out well. He has assistant referee Palak showing exactly, just asking the thrower, just wait until the referee's indicated that there's a good enough space, good enough distance. Let's see what Qatar can do with this one. And that was a steal from Iran. Brilliant play. Well done, Iran. Now you need to capitalize on it. Okay, so although with Iran we're ready for wow, that is Ali, the try scorer. Yeah. Ali Yagoti. I'm not going to call him Ali Yagoti anymore. I'm going to call him Ali the try scorer, because that's what he's been doing all day. Fortunately for Iran, although there was a little knock on, referees taking them back and saying penalty on this spot. It's quite close to the try line, but also quite close to the touch line on the other side. So there's a bit of confusion from Iran. Who's going to start this? You can see the playmakers looking at the coach saying, which one do we play? Coach is saying, just get it through the hands and then set it up. A little bit of basketball style there. There was nearly a gap there. So I think everybody's thinking, get Ali into space. He's going to do it for you. Iran is playing they're playing very patient. They're managing their own breakdowns. Well, this is not a quality ball for them. Qatar's already got all the defenders in place. And normally what you find is if there's a forward in that back line, it slows things down again. Unfortunately, Ali couldn't hold on to the ball. I think Ali was already thinking of scoring another try, because that's what he's doing so well. So, and it's not Ali. I know I just talk about Ali, for very close to scoring 4 or 5 tries in 2 games. But we also got Ghulam Reza that scored 1 try in this game. And we saw Payam score earlier, so and Mehdi as well. So they have try scorers. They've got speedsters, and I believe we got Mehdi back on the field. Mehdi is the young man with the dreadlock hairstyle, and he is a speedster. So I think the plan is to get the ball to him. But the ball will not get to Mehdi if all goes according to plan, because it's a Qatar ball. So at the moment, we don't see a sweeper. Iran, yes, they do have a sweeper, and the sweeper's done his job. The sweeper wasn't very deep, but well done. So here they come again. Somebody needs to get back into the sweeper position, because now, we have, that is Peter Tuolagi. He showed his strength yesterday. And as we saw yesterday, when Elisa and Peter play together, number 14 and 11, then they normally get tries scored. These guys work very hard. We just get the impression that Peter and Elisa has been playing together for long, and now they're both there. Elisa is going to be the scrum half. And in any team, if you have a scrum half like that, built like that, it's going to be difficult ripping the ball off him. So let's see what Qatar does. And there is yesterday's champion try scorer, Mr. Francis Hughes. I saw him today at breakfast, and he was still limping. And I said, "Are you playing today?" And he was unsure. And now we can see him doing his speed runs. So so we can hear Qatar saying, keep it, set up an attack. And here they go. This is what we saw. This is the kind of rugby that we saw them play yesterday. Run hard, run deep. And there goes Francis. Francis says, I've just come to the pitch, and I want to do what I love most, and he's going to score it there. Seeing him being chased by Mehdi Golnami, but yes, he's just been on the pitch for less than a minute, and he scores. Second touch on the ball, and he scores. We saw him yesterday in the first game that Qatar played, where he came onto the pitch. Qatar kicked off. They managed to get the ball, and he scored within the first 45 seconds. I spoke to him earlier today. I said, you're in 15s, you're a winger. And he said, yeah, I just love scoring tries, man. And he's like a specialist. He has that 20 millimeters from the touchline, and he still managed to get through. So yeah, that's an interesting score. Now there's 2 points difference. So Kuram, do you think is enough time for a team to score twice? I don't think so. I think the next team that scores is going to win this game.
Sevens is a very unpredictable game, but still it is quite a big task to score twice.
So yeah, that conversion kick. Yeah. So that means that's good chase there. We got fresh legs on Qatar, and I think Iran. If my advice to Iran was just keep it calm now, just don't try to do those 50-50 passes, do what you do well, try to set it up on this side. Yes, that's exactly the instructions. And here he goes. We've seen him. This is a big forward unit.
Oh, that was beautifully done.
Well done. That is Mohamed Namveer, and what he is saying to his backs, listen, forwards can also score long distance tries. And that's the beauty of sevens, you know. Sometimes we look at the size of a guy and we think, okay, he's a forward. But if you see him run like that, he could be a wing in a 15ers. Yeah. No, it's a very skillful side. And to be honest, Guram, I think all top four sides are very, very skillful. These teams have been working very, very hard to get back into shape. And yes, we see it. We see supreme athletes here today.
I think also it's a credit to the unions that have been running Zoom programs and then having...
That's right. I think this is a shock. This is a shocker. We can see Iran some of the players just collapsing and saying, "Wow, we've given everything and we got the win here." The drum only beat 2 or 3 times, and I think this was not expected. Yep.
Well done, Iran. Because as you know, yesterday Qatar beat UAE.
Yes, and with a big score, with a very, very big score. That was 26-7. For us, it's a big score because of 2 top teams are scoring over 20 points or close to 20 points margin. Okay, so now the Iranian men are walking off. We can see some good sportsmanship there, hugging the Qatari players, saying thank you for a good match. Qatar saying we know we've got a spot. We've booked a spot in the semis. So. We're going to get ready for that. We're going to get ready for that semi-finals, and then hopefully for them the finals. And I think Iran's got the same aspirations. We have a semi-final coming up, and there we see the Iran men going across to the Iran women to say, "This is your match. You are going to run out. You're going to run out against UAE, and this is the semi-final." So this is what we're here for. We're here to see who's going to end up today on the podium. We're going to see who's going to end up with the medals. There are 4 teams. 3 will get medals. Unfortunately, the 4th team will go home empty-handed. But I'm sure their hearts and their minds will be full of appreciation for Qatar Rugby for organising this. So, yeah, well done to Qatar Rugby Federation for hosting this on this beautiful Aspire ground. I don't think these teams could have asked for better rugby conditions. Absolutely no wind. Unlike yesterday, no humidity today. It's slight breeze, but it's not affecting the play. In the first part of today, we saw there was a bit of a wind, and now just when I'm saying there's no wind, the wind's picking up. So let's have a look. We've seen a couple of unsuccessful kicks. We can see these Iranian girls are pumped. They really want to show what they can do. They've played so well over the last 2 days. There was a little bit of a learning curve for them at one stage where they struggled to interpret the breakdown laws, but now they are so psyched up. And UAE, they remember yesterday's game where they both walked off the field at the draw, and they look at each other and saying, "Wow, it couldn't have been different." Interesting little kick, puts a bit of pressure on the UAE, and now we can see Iran's going to do what they do well, and that's tackle. Okay, this time they give, and that's a little mistake, but the ball, the referee says there was an offside from the UAE. And now let's see what Iran can do with this one. A little bit of static, and we know what they want to do. They want to send flyers away, but we also know that UAE has some flyers, and the UAE has some strength. They want to push them out. Okay, UAE is organizing. This is a slower ball for Iran. They need to make sure that that they don't put players under pressure like they did there. Well, I'm sure they will. UAE is going to counter-ruck. Referee saying UAE need to release. I think Iran was quite lucky there because I think the passes were premeditated and so was the attack. Iran looks a little bit unorganized, a little bit slow, a little bit static. Let's hope they calm their nerves and just play the process like they did yesterday. Okay, here they go. So they want to get those long balls out. Good catch. That's one thing about these Iranian girls. They've got Velcro on their hands. They're looking for that gap. They just need to be patient, play their game. There's some good hands again from Iran. UAE's pressing with the defense. If there's a gap on the outside, let's have a look at. We've got a runaway try on our hands here. We've got a run. This is what Iran's been doing well. Unfortunately, I can't see the number. But okay, don't do like the men. Don't celebrate before you put the ball down. Yes, thank you very much, young woman, lady. Well done and good running there by the referee. Guram, the referees in this competition are fit and they're athletes, man.
Oh, we've seen their training schedule and the way they worked out, and they're taking it as seriously as a team. It's been wonderful to see, and I think partly they've helped keep this tournament safe, and that's what's important. And I think the T&E process that's been going through and all the training that's been done is really paying off.
Yeah, we can imagine without any rugby going, and we've got Sri Lankan and Indian referees here, without any domestic rugby. So they must have worked hard at keeping their own fitness, and as you say, T&E continuously upskill themselves, continuously making sure that they understand that there's some change of laws.
This could be another upset since UAE has been looking as the dominant team.
Yes, UAE has been very, very dominant, as we saw. Not many tries scored against them. Let's see what they do with this one. They would prefer the free kick right in the middle. Just to give you an indication, yesterday, when Iran still had their last group match, UAE could have gotten on the bus and go to the hotel and recover, and they said no, we want to stay and watch and see how Iran plays against Qatar, because we want to learn from that. So they do not underestimate Iran at all. And now they're going to try to take the quick one off the mark, but now Iran has done very well in getting back 10 meters. UAE's trying to play their power game that they played. But as we said, there's always 2 or 3 defenders on the ball carrier. These Iranian girls have definitely tackled so well. I wish we could have had a tackle count here. UAE's playing. This is where they thrive, where they cause so much chaos in the midfield with their ball skills. Iran's trying to steal this ball. UAE's getting it out. You can see a player down. The referee's just asking the players to move away. The referee's asking for the medics to come on. Yes, there's a medic straight away. It's Kaylee. She's down. We've seen her. She's a try scorer. She's a kicker, and I'm sure she's a fighter. And if she's fine, she's gonna get up. So we've got top class medics here. You can see the UAE women talking about strategy. They're quite close to Iran 22, so there's an ideal opportunity for them to attack from. We'll just have to have a look and see what the referee says, what's going to happen after this break and play. Okay. So far the score is 7 points to 0. Some people would say that this is against their expectations. But there's also a lot of respect for Iran women. that's built up over this weekend. Initially, nobody knew what they were like, and they've definitely showed themselves as good contenders for a place on the podium, or at least a medal to take a. Okay, so what I'm expecting here is, judging from what I've seen over the last day and a half, is that UAE is going to have an very strong counter ruck. So the only way for Iran to counter the counter ruck is to go nice and low and steady and get the ball out quick. And there's the ball out. Good UAE. So Iran wants to do what they do well, and that's run from anywhere. Here comes the counter ruck from the UAE, and they have got a steal ball. If they can get it to the referee, says this is penalty time. Iran, there's a little bit of confusion, and it's a quick and there could be a referee saying 10 meters, you did not retreat. 10 meters is showing the mark. Iranian ladies just need to look to the left and to the right to see. But I see the referee is putting his hand in his pocket and showing a yellow card. He said there was a deliberate knock-on. The player's looking at him and saying, I didn't do it, but it's clear evidence that if you tap the ball forward, it's called a deliberate knock-on, and that means yellow card. So, referee says, 7 against 6. UAE, let's see if you can get the score on the board. And they say, we're going to drive straight with our strong players. Iran's keeping them up. Is that ball grounded? Nobody knows. Referee's on the spot. He's saying it's being held up. And we're going to go for a 5 meter. Yes, so this is a 5 meter try, but 5 meter scrum. But this could have been a try. Well done to Iran.
They're up against it with a scrum because there's one player less here.
One player less, yes, and I'm judging from what I saw with the UAE men, I do not think the women are going to drive hard over the ball. They want to steady ball because they've got that extra player. Well, that was a good counter scrum from Iran, and here they come. There is some space. Because we have 6 against 7. But as we know, the Iranians can do so well in defense. Again, so close to the try line. UAE setting them up. They've got 3-4 players. Iran, you're not releasing. This is where they need to be very, very careful. You do not want another yellow card. The referee's calling one of the players. He's explaining to her, you do need to give them an opportunity to play the ball. I want you to go and spend 2 minutes off. She's looking at the ref saying, sir, it was not intentional. But close to the try line, you cannot make mistakes like that. Unfortunately now, we've got 5 against 7. If UAE does not score from this, it would be a miracle. Yes, they're going on, and the try is coming up. It was predictable. So, is UAE playing against 5 from Iran. Iran need to get their heads up here and just work through this difficult period until they've back 7 players back on the field. Okay, so UAE is going to take the lead here. No, UAE is not going to take the lead. UAE is going to get to 7-7. So yes, we're back to where we started a few minutes ago, and the scores are level. Iran still has 1 player on the naughty bench. So let's see what's going to happen here. The referee's not called half-time, so those water carriers need to get off very quickly. We want the game to flow. Water carriers off, 7 against 6. The question is, do you go deep and pin them down? Well, they've only got 7 players. If you've got good, strong runners, they can actually put some pressure on and get them to make mistakes. Good little kick. So you're transferring play. But now, very important for Iran is to structure that defense, because now there's a good opportunity. There's a bit of a scramble there. Let's see. UAE wants to run straight. But, yes, the Iranian girls always say UAE loves their counter-rucking. And here they come. Now they just need to mark. There's a good chance that there would be an overlap. Beautiful tackle there. And now we know Tara Cooney, she's a strong runner. And how is she going to get this ball out? This is going to be a steal ball for Iran. Very close to the try line. And it's the try line that wins. Referee's going to say half-time. Scores are 7-7. So very soon Iran would be back to 7-7. This is a no-mercy game. no mercy. Nobody gives an inch here. Everybody wants to be on that. Everybody wants to be in the final at 8:20. So still a lot of hard work for these two teams. This whole stadium has gone quiet because everybody's feeling the anticipation of what's going to happen in the next 7 minutes. Scores are 7-7. 7 minutes to go, and then we'll know who's booked a place in the final. For those watching in the UAE, of course, you want the team in green to get to the final. Of course, you want the team in green to get to the podium. And those watching in Iran, I'm sure you want the same. So, yes. And this is sevens rugby, so let's see what's going to happen in this game. Iran playing at their strengths, get the ball out wide. That would be the recommendation. UAE, play your power game, play your power scrums, and then get the ball out and be patient. They've shown some very, very good patience yesterday. They went through multiple phases and then got the reward, got the try scored. So I'm sure Coach Apollo Perellini is saying to the girls, we've trained very hard. You know the structures. Let's just play that. Let's just not make life difficult for ourselves. Let's not do any 50-50 passes. Let's go out there. We've got 7 minutes. We've got it in our destiny is on our. We've got destiny on our own hands. I would imagine that the message from Iran's side is, girls, watch out for the breakdowns. I know there's 2 or 3 of you tackling, but you need to roll away as soon as possible. Because you do not want to be penalized, and we do not want to end up with another yellow card. And just remember, if it's the same player getting 2 yellow cards in a game, she's out. She's out of the tournament. She will get a red card and most probably not get a chance to play in the final. UAE decides to go deep. They want to put pressure on. Whoa, good hands again. I do not know where these Iranian women get these handling skills from. They must have worked very, very hard. They just want to. Ball went backwards, and now this is what the UAE loves. They love to put pressure on there. They love to put pressure on, but there's a knock. I just heard one of the Iranian coaches shouting, knock, knock. Yeah, so knock, knock, who's there? It's scrum time. So I'm sure Iran's got a strategy to get out of their own half. We have seen some kicks here, and let's have a look and see if the UAE, if the UAE is also expecting Iran to get a thumping kick down and get one of the Iranian speedsters to chase that ball. Okay, so both teams got their subs on, so got their fresh legs on for the last 5 minutes of this game. Referee saying, time back on, we can continue with the scrum. Okay, expect that big push from the UAE. Referee saying the scrum wasn't straight, so let's see. Get back to the mark. Miss, and here we go. Are they going to run it? No, they're going to kick it. And that's it. That's a brilliant little kick. But now they need to come up, and with the UAE needs to come up and get some attacking platform. Go straight, set up the ruck. I think that's their game plan. Yes, good. And then recycle the ball. Put a little bit of pressure on themselves with the pass in the wind. And now let's see if they've got the speed on the side. And that ball went out. I would recommend UAE do not attempt to take on Iran on the outside. I'm sure they have enough speed. I would say take them on the outside, but then play towards the inside or set up another ruck, because that's a UAE strength. So now I'm sure there's some people asking what would happen if we get to full time and it's still 7-7. Then there would of course be extra time. very important line out for Iran. They need to get their own ball, which they do very well. And this is a good attacking platform for them. They just need to get those ball out to the quick runners. Let's see what they do. Velcro hands again. Let's see. They've got a little bit of an overlap if they can get through this. And, well, good defense from the UAE. Ball went out. This is going to be a UAE throw in. Iran took the ball out. The Iranian players are saying she was grabbed by the shirt and flung out. But it's going to be a UAE throw in. So let's see if UAE can have a successful line out, just as Iran had on the same spot a few minutes ago. Yeah, and they do. And now this is a good attacking platform for them. So are they going to go through the middle? Or are they going to try to test Iran on the outside? And there has been an offside. And this is a good attacking platform for the UAE. I'm sure they're going to try to capitalize with a quick tackle. She's not taken the tap yet. And she is taking the tap. And she wants to put the ball down. And there's the try. There was a little bit of confusion there from the Iranian girls. They did not know if the tap was made, and they actually tackled somebody before that the play was resumed. So that takes the score to 12 points to 7. So conversion to come. This is very important. These games conversions are she slips and she's like, oh, I wish I didn't slip. That one would have gone over. So the score is 12 points to 7. But in a game like this, 12 points to 7 means that Iran, you have to score a converted try to win this game. Because if you're going to take it to 12, it will most probably mean that you have to score another try again. So that converted try would make it easy for them. So let's have a look. Yesterday, when these two teams played, when they ended up with the scores level, it was actually the difference was a converted try. If Iran had converted a pretty simple try, they would have won the game. There's some good running there by them, but there's no player there. It's a little bit of rushing it now, a little bit the Iran, and this is a UAE throw-in, and they've decided not to go for the quick throw-in. They've decided, let's set it up. We had a very successful line-out before. Let's just go for that again. Let's set up a good, successful line-up and then attack from there. So here we go. Let's have a look and see. The line-outs have been very successful, both sides. The lifting is good. Okay, Iran's decided not to jump, not to contest. Okay, so now let's have a look and see what the UAE can do with this. A little bit of a scramble there, almost a break, but Iran's defense holding, and somebody's not rolling away, and this gives UAE the opportunity to get through. And there's some serious running there. Speed. Iran managed to get the ball. If they could set up an attacking platform here, but don't. The UAE's already formed the defensive line. They're ready to take them on. They do not have an overlap here. Yes, they may have an overlap, and there was a knock-on. So this is what you need to play, and this is the referee's playing advantage. And what we see here is, if UAE scores here, it could be the coffin, the nail in the coffin. And again, a penalty against Iran. Referee stopping plays, time off. Asking the ladies to calm down. He's going to speak to a player there and is asking her, please, in this zone close to the try line, do not kill the ball. Do not prevent the opponents from getting the ball out legally. So the momentum has shifted towards the UAE. They've been playing at their strengths. They know where they are good at. They know they're good at those midfield runs. Let's see, but they also want to score right from. And that's it. So I think they caught the Iranian girls napping. The Iranian girls thought that the ball was going to go out wide. And I think that's this game set and match. I don't think we have enough time for Iran to score 2 converted tries. Or at least 2 tries. Because the score now is 17-10 with this conversion to go. Kicker would most probably take her time. Referee's asking the water carriers to get off the pitch and said, please do not interfere with this kick. That's a brilliant little kick, and the flag's up, yes. So, and that's the end of the match. Okay, so UAE, well done. You have booked a place in the final. You can see how happy they are. So, what do you say to Iran? You still have another match. You still have to play off for third and fourth place. You still have an opportunity to get that bronze medal that you've been working so hard for over this weekend. So, jubilation from UAE side. They've booked a place in the final. And as expected, we can get the drums rolling there on the other side, because Qatar women's going to run up in their semi-final against Syria. Syria is also a team that's grown so well over this weekend. We've seen them getting better and better. We saw them yesterday when they played against Iran. They managed to beat Iran. And their first game of the day, I think there was still perhaps a little bit of jet lag when they played against the UAE, and I think they only realized that they were on the pitch when 16 minutes was over. They looked at each other and said, what happened here? Because UAE ran in a number of tries against him. But since then, this team has really picked up, and we can see that they're well structured in their defense. Although they're all more or less the same size, there's a lot of strength in their scrummaging. They go very low and they push very well as a unit. We've seen that. They have learned over this weekend how the referees interpret the breakdowns. So in that sense, we've seen some good discipline from them at the breakdowns. And then, of course, they have these speedsters that can score tries. And then, of course, they have a playmaker at number 10, Elimama. You know, she is an exceptional fly half. You can see she's got the peripheral vision. She to put her players into gaps. And she also has a pretty good boot on her. We've seen her yesterday kick the ball to get themselves out of their own 22. So, and they've got the captain, Sarah Abdelbaki. She's a scrum half. So her line-out throws are pretty solid, and her service to the back line is pretty solid. So, yep, here we go. This is semi-final number 2. We can hear the crowd. We can hear the music. We can see people expecting this Qatar women to quickly forget about their loss earlier today and come back, bounce back, and say, okay, we want a spot in the final. So let's have a look and see what's going to happen in this game. 7 minutes first half. That's not the way you want to start the game. And I think I've said that before. I said it in their first game where they did exactly the same. I think sometimes the nerves just get to the players. Yeah, so one thing about Syria, they always take their time. These women think before they do. They set it up. They've got different calls. They want. We see what they want to do. They want to set up a good ruck. Referee saying you just took a little bit too long to place the ball. You were on your knees. You should have just placed the ball. But there was an extra movement there as she tried to get the ball out for a scrum half. Now Qatar's running this one. And no hesitation there from Syria in defense. They're saying, please give me the ball. I want to have a quick throw in. And then she decides against it. I'm also sure she didn't say please. I think she said, give me the ball. I want a quick throw in. Okay, Qatar seems to be ready. They want to get this line out going. Referee's just managing them, just asking the players to look at where the flag is, because you want it in line with the flag. Brilliant line out catch. Good catch from Sarah. Yeah, goes Elimama. Let's see. She's going to wrap around, and this is where she is good. She is a playmaker. And we've got two little speedsters here on the side, and this is textbook style. This is exactly how we've seen the Syrian women in their training. They do the good technically, very, very solid line outs, and then from there capitalize on that. How brilliant is that? This is Fixtures. Good touch. Good touch. Good ball to your side. Get it up to your feet. Good. Yes. Brilliant. Well done. And then of course he does that long kick. Qatar because earlier today we saw Qatar not really enjoying the exit of us. But now here we go. This is battle time now. Qatar saying to them, what you can do, we can do better. And I'm going to take the shot. And she runs into trouble there. There's terrific. Whoa. What a hard hit there. Ladies are praying to Untitled break this line. We are going to defend. Well done. Well done. Korea, that was a very clever play from Syria. They do not contest every single break run, which is quite clever. I think well coached there on that sense. Sometimes when you know the opponents are going to get the ball out, there's no reason to go in and try to muscle them over the ball. But they're in your body. That's not what it is. So I would say, well done, Syria. And now they're capitalizing on it. And here they go again with speed on the outside. This is where they've been so good. We've seen foot races here this weekend from Syria. We've seen those long distance tries, and she puts it down. That is absolute. That's Raneem. Raneem, she has scored many tries this weekend. And that is clever play again. Clever play, change direction. Against the expectation of our own crowd. 12 points, that's 2 tries. Now the wind is picking up, so they're not getting short bursts. So I would say it's going to be very difficult for the Fixtures. So let's see what this big. I would say she's going to use the wind and get the ball deep. Now this time she's decided not to go deep. They want to pin it down. There's a breakaway try. This is what the crowds come to see. Okay, so we have seen an incident here. Somebody was grabbed by the hair. The referee's calling the player over. She's going to, let's just have a look. The yellow card. And she's off the pitch for 2 minutes. Apologize. The lady's hair was pulled. She seems to be alright. She's saying I just want to put my hair back into a ponytail. That was perhaps not intentional, but again, the hair gets in the way of the hand. I've never played against people with long hair, so I wouldn't know, but I would say it was not intentional. And so they have the speed on the side, and they managed to cover it so well. I would say, okay, if I were you, I would play your direct. I would play your direct rugby that you've been playing so well. So they're playing. And the wingers, they are really flying. So we've seen, this is not the first time that we've seen 7 against 5 before on a men's game. It was 7 against 5 when Lebanon played. And we all well, earlier they were just saying 7 against 5 when we played against Iran, the women. So now we've seen the numbers. The players 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red shirts, penalty rewarded, no line out, just penalty 5. So Qatar just here. Still somewhere we've got 7 against 5. Time back 1. Referee saying given a penalty for the high tackle and a yellow card. Qatar taking
Yes, that is Syrian
That
supporters.
is brilliant. So that is amazing. So we've got the Syrian expat community coming out here to support Syria. This is a remarkable moment. I do not know how much time there's left, but seriously, this is what they've done all the way. So Syria, a few minutes, Syria was leading, then Qatar is leading. Now Syria is leading again. This is an unfortunate dead start just too far. But big platform for Qatar to attack. So they're right in the middle of the field. The question is, what do they do? I think they would get the ball to two pairs of hands and then try to open it up, try to get that gap. Get that runner through. But there's always a Syrian player there to defend. There's a little knock on. Knock on. And there's a penalty. So what do you do now? Syria, I would personally, I would ask the referee to come and then decide, am I going to take a kick or a line out, or am I going to play through the paces? So let's see what Syria decided. They decided to run. They're running, they're keeping it calm, the ball going out. Referee said it's not over yet. I think the Syrian said it was over, so they've actually gifted it now. Not gifted the game, gifted them another 2 minutes. And I think this is the most crucial line out in this game. Qatar willing to hold on to correctly. I think the Syrian haven't formed their line out. There seems to be a little bit of confusion there. Now, one of the club captains, Arrow, saying, go, this line out, it's not a swing against them. There's no question of you can take it down. But he just control and just run there and make sure they keep the time
shoulder or something, it will not cover. Yeah, I know.
But the men's semi-finalists start with Lebanon. Who comes third place from Lebanon over this week? And they love running straight. They love going for those gaps. They're very elusive when they're running, but before this you get a couple of just been cringing and the breakdown. Something where the UAE has done very well up to the game where they played against the last game against Ukraine. There's a record of 5 from the UAE. Okay. One little knock on from Lebanon. One little mistake. And the UAE stands alive. They're in the first round.
I told you already.
Regarding the middle, Nida told me,
So, score is 5-0.
but already we bring the middle. And I think Grace he agreed about that.
If we talked to, he didn't know about it. We made them because he said
Now because I spoke with Grace and he agreed with our chairman, it will be our middle. And for this reason,
And that's Wales. He's decided to go straight. We've got a little kick and then a chase. Okay, ball well recovered. Let's see what the UAE can do. This is it's just opening up so well. Well done, Lebanon. Good steal there, but the referee said, "Listen, excuse me. I saw you grabbing somebody around the neck. Go and take a 2-minute rest and think about your sins." So let's have a look. No, wait. Time back on. Here we go. 7 against 6. Lebanon with 7 players, and that is a brilliant. This is it. Well done, Lebanon. And good chase. Good chase from the UAE, but there was an incident there. One of the players sliding off the pitch. The referee's talking about the in goal to the in goal official. Flags go up. Referee's indicating time off. I think there was some foul play spotted. Referee's going back to speak to the in goal. Okay. So no foul play. That was just the injured player that needs to be replaced. Referees saying you've got an injured player that's not going to play in this game anymore. They've got the medic right there with him. So well done to Lebanon getting a score on the board. Well done. You're fighting for your country. And that's right. Nice little hanging kick gives them an opportunity to contest for this one. UAE gets the ball out, straight running, and now going to try to look for those runners. Ball comes out. Lebanon way. Let's have a look and see if they can set up something here in it. A good attacking run there. Good tackle from the UAE. Ball's going to come out Lebanon side again. A little bit isolated there. Let's see if there's 3 white shirts. The UAE's decided, no, we're not going to contest in this one. We'd rather get the defensive line organized again. The ball comes out, but they all marked, and that was a good little pass from Wahil. He managed to... The referee's asking the UAE, asking Lebanon to move back and say, Somebody rolled with the ball, and that's the end of the game. I think that is the best way to end this game. Just kick it out, get yourselves ready for the next game. Because the next game for UAE will be the final. The next game for Lebanon will be the third place playoff. And now I'm sure you're going to hear the crowd getting very excited. There's going to be some drums beating because the local heroes, the men's heroes, are going to take on Iran. So very good day at the office for the UAE team. They came back today and scored and got 2 good wins under the belt, and now they're going to get ready for the final. Rehydrate, go and take a rest. 8:20, you're going to onto the pitch and play the final. At this stage, I cannot tell you who they'll play against, because there's still one game to come, and that's Iran versus Qatar. See, the match officials are getting ready. You see Mr. Gaith Jalajal, who's the competition manager for this tournament. Things have been running very smooth, so we see him just getting the teams ready, making sure that the match officials are ready, and then we can have the second semi-final in this West Asia Sevens trophy. So if you look at this game and trying to predict what the teams are going to do, I would imagine Iran playing the expensive game, playing the ball, get the ball through their hands, and then capitalize on the speed that they have with their speedsters. And as we've seen, here comes the Qatar team, crowd favorites, of course. Let's have a look and see who's on the field. Are those two talisman? Are they on the field? Yes, they are. Saki is there. I can see him. Let's have a look and see Lebanon. Who's going to kick off here? Okay, that's Omid. He's a regular kicker. So, does it go 10? It does not go 10. This is a gift for Qatar. We can hear Peter shouting for the ball. He wants to start straight away. He wants to get going. There he goes again. That's with his signature handoff. And he's got Elisa there, his partner in crime. Feeding the ball. They're being very patient. Okay, now Iran just needs to make sure that they don't infringe on this breakdown. They don't, and they've got the man marked. And let's have a look at this. Good tackle, good run around. That's Wade Lotter. He's a big guy, and he's done very well. He's put the ball down. He picked it up again. Now he's setting up a good ruck. Elisa gets the ball out, and now it goes to Peter. Let's see if Peter's going to do the straight running, keep a couple of defenders. But there's Mr. Speedster, Francis Hughes. He's the one who scored a try yesterday, the first try of the men's tournament within 30 seconds after the kickoff. But Iran's managed to get a penalty, and let's see if they want to score a runaway try. And he's going to beat the defender, but there is somebody. Okay, I think there's going to be a turnover ball there. Yes, Qatar has managed to turn Elisa, slowing it down. Now the ball goes out to Peter. Peter's most probably going to engage 2 or 3 defenders. Good pass, right, good timing there. Good defense from Iran. Good low tackles. Counter ruck from Iran. Well done, Iran, but still it's Qatar's ball. Ball comes out. Elisa slowing it down. He's saying, I'm going to change direction and then give to my partner Peter. And he's going to try to bump a few players and then flick it to Francis. Yeah, there goes Francis Hughes. I think officially we can actually call that corner, rename that corner the Francis Hughes corner, because he has scored so many tries in that corner. We saw him limping off yesterday. He had an ankle injury, and I'm sure the medics have done wonders to get him on the pitch again today and opening the score for Qatar. So yeah. When I saw him earlier this morning at breakfast, he was still limping and saying, "Oh, I wish I was pain-free," but I'm sure that ankle is so strapped up that he doesn't feel any pain now. I think in the next couple of days he's going to spend a lot of time elevated with his ankle elevated ice. Unsuccessful. That takes the score to 5-0, and this is the host, the crowd favourites, Qatar leading Iran. So far, Iran has done very well to defend those thumping runs from Peter Tuolagi. Let's see if this ball goes 10 meters. Are they going to contest in the air, or are they going to try to get it deep? Beautiful hanging ball. There's a name on it from Iran. They tap it back. Now this is the 50-50 tap backs, and this is it. You tap it back, and then the opponents are scoring. That's not what Iran wanted. No, that was not a try. The referee says there was an Iranian hand on the ball. So this is a 22 dropout. And now question is, what do you do now? Do you slow it down, set it up, or are you just going to run and look for those gaps? There goes Peter Tuolagi. And he managed to get that ball away perfectly. Good defense from Iran. Good defense. Now we can hear the drum in the background. Yeah. So the Qatar supporters are saying, we're here to support. We want to see it. And the amazing play. Oh my goodness, that is textbook style. I wish that if this is a try, that's going to be the try of the tournament. There's some good play, and there he goes. Elisa saying, I want to that corner. I want to go down to the Francis Hughes corner, and now there's a try. You can see the in-goal judge running back. She's going to stand behind the post. She's going to look at this conversion kick, which is not an easy one, especially now with a little bit of wind against the kicker. So yeah, Qatar 2 tries so far. 2 beautiful tries, team tries. So regardless of the outcome, both teams still have 2 games tonight. So we could see earlier that Lebanon, after the score was over 20 against them, they just put their foot off took their foot off the pedal and get themselves mentally ready for the 3rd place playoff. I'm not sure Iran would do the same. I'm sure Iran's going to fight right till the end, but they need to mark these 2 playmakers. Elisa and Peter, those are the guys. And then, of course, watch out for Francis Hughes. So let's see where Elisa's going to get this ball. Beautiful hanging kick, but the question is that 10 meters? No. Wade Lotus got the ball, but it didn't travel 10. This is a good attacking platform. Iran wants to run it now. And here goes Ali. Ali's scored so many tries today, and he gets the ball back out. Ball goes out. Iran's playing a little bit more patient, but those thumping tackles in the midfield. And Iran, you're not keeping your body weight. There goes Peter. Deceptively, he stopped. Everybody stopped and thought there was a whistle, and then he accelerated again. Brilliant play. Okay, ball's going to come out. Here they go again. Elisa's saying, okay, I want to show my feet. Slows it down, and then he gets it out to Francis Hughes, and there goes Francis. He wants to get to that corner again, but the flag is up, and the touchline wins this race. So Iran's decided to do a quick throw-in. The referee, Mr. Yako, is just showing exactly where the middle of the line is. He says, I want the ball to come straight down this line. Good take there from Iran. A little bit scrappy. They actually now have to set up a ruck to get that ball out. So Qatar's making it very difficult. But Qatar, when you come in, you need to come through the gate, says Mr. Yako. Okay, now Iran is running. They want to get ball to Ali. Good ball to Ali. Ali's decided, I've got the speed. I'm going to kick it and chase it. And there's a good one. Now it's football skills. Now it's the soccer skills. And is Ali going to... Yes, Ali's managed to put the ball down. And Mr. Yako is right there on the spot. Perfectly in line to see if the ball went over the try line. Under control, he says, yes, I'm awarding the try. And I'm already walking to the point where I want the conversion to be taken from. There's some good control there from Ali. He still had a lot of work to do after that kick. Ali Yagoti, he's scored many tries this weekend. I wish I could get the stats and see who's our highest try scorer, but I would suggest just, in the next couple of days, have a look at Asia Rugby website, Asia Rugby Facebook page, and have a look and see who the top try scorer of the tournament for women and for men. And Mr. Yako says, guys, 2 minutes rest. There's one try between Qatar playing in the final and Iran playing in the final. So at this stage, there's not much in this game. Both teams can score tries. We've seen that. Qatar can score their tries from patience, from going through the phases and then waiting for those gaps to open. And Iran, they can score their tries from getting the ball through their hands and get it to their speedsters. So this is most probably quite a tense 2 minutes for Iran. They in the game a few minutes ago with a score 10-0. They could have started doubting whether they're in the game, but after this wonderful try scored by Ali, and that brought them right into the game. So 10-5 for Qatar. I think the crowd has also gone quiet. I think they're just as nervous as we are at this moment because we've seen very, very exciting games, especially the semi-final between the women of Qatar and the Syrian. That game was an unbelievable. So we have two women's teams getting ready to play for the bronze medal. One team will go away with bronze, with a medal, get on the plane with a medal, most probably around the neck, and the other team will go back with the disappointment of being so close. Yesterday, when these two teams met, it was a draw right to the end, and then Syria managed to pull it off. We can also think of Iran managed to get a draw against the finalists, the women's finalists, UAE. So there's not much between these two teams. But teams have very good hands, get the ball through the hands. The Syria women were absolutely distraught after losing their semi-final against Qatar. So they seem to be very positive. I think the quick turnaround. Okay, the scrum feed for Iran. They want to go to the right and then change direction. Good play. That is creative play from Iran. And is she going to outrun everybody? Predictably, no, because these Syrian wingers are very...
Hello, everybody. Hi, Ben. How are you?
We saw yesterday, exactly what we saw yesterday when these two teams played each other. Until the last minute, the scores were level. They don't give an inch.
Ben, I've just been to the other side. I've just been to the other side and just interviewing some of the people there, and some unbelievable stories and such emotions to see. It's really this tournament brings out the stories, brings out the emotions, and really after 2 years of not playing rugby to back, I think it's all been kept inside and it's just coming out there, and I think the play itself has shown that.
Yes, Kuram. I'm expecting an avalanche of emotions after this game. These two teams were very, very unfortunate not to make it to final. There's nothing between them. And the heartbreak that we saw an hour ago when Syria lost in the last second against Qatar. And the heartbreak is from where I'm sitting. I could see the women crying. And to turn around in 1 hour, come and do your best again. They're doing it for the country, and that's the same with Iran. They went through the heartbreak earlier today. So this is the heartbreak hill for these two, because in 7 minutes now, one team's going to walk off with heartbreak, and the other team's going to walk off or jump off or bounce off. So we've got incredible 7 minutes on our hands here.
Ben, I tell you what, one other thing that I've been thinking, you see these 5 women's team and what that potential can be for the future of women's rugby in West Asia just shows you these are the ambassadors for the future.
Yes, yes, and if you look at the average age of these players, that's from young 18, 19-year-olds in these teams. So yeah, keep them as a unit. 2-3 years down the line, we could have new powerhouses in Asia.
And Ben, I thought we were talking about it earlier. A lot of these girls have come through the GIR program.
Oh yes, yes, yes. We know that three of the Iranian girls actually started playing as part of Iran's Get Into Rugby program.
If you remember 2017 in Dubai, almost all the players were from the GIR program.
Yes, but now they are women now. They play.
The women, exactly.
So yes, definitely Get Into Rugby programs. That's a grassroots rugby awareness, introduction to rugby. That's work, because now they're playing proudly, playing for the country. So this is a deep option, putting a little bit of pressure. But then Ali Omar there, she is a good playmaker. She's put a little bit of pressure there on her own playing. I would see. For a moment, I expected her to cook, because I know she can kick. There's three or four defenders, and then they're looking for that overlap. Also looking for one of the speedsters. So we're talking about now speed and speed, but there's nothing between these women.
I think the referee says that's a high tackle. Oh, there we go. And they're taking every ball.
You can see Rosa with a good step. Okay, so Syria they want to get out of their own half. Well, they've been very patient, very structured, getting the ball out, and as we've seen, Iran speed on the wings, actually speed everywhere. That's right. Good feet there, brilliant feet there. Now let's see, she's going to set up a ruck again. They're working very hard over there. Unfortunately, good pressure there from Syria. They're just playing through the phases. So Ranin's trying to beat her opponent, or she's trying to look for somebody else. And there's another tackle, and the ball goes out. Mr. Tony Duminy, his flag is up. He's indicating this is going to be an Iran throw. We've seen some good lineouts from both of these teams. Let's see if Syria's got that. It's not straight, unfortunately. We've seen some good lineouts from both of these teams, but in this game we've seen two not straight. So that's quite interesting. So the referees asked the question: do you want a lineout, a rethrow, or a scrum? At first, I think they didn't understand what he meant, so they thought they were going to throw in, so they said line out, and then they said, no, we actually want a scrum. So yeah, we've seen both of these teams scrum very well, but I think in terms of technique, Syria, especially when they played against the bigger teams, they actually showed that they could counter scrum so well. So this is going to be a very, very important scrum. Ball goes out, she's going against a run of play, but there's a try line, a sideline there that wins. Okay, so there was for a moment they thought, okay, we're going to take the quick throw in, but there's an injury from, that's Ranin. She's indicating to her coach that she's not well. She got a stinger on the leg. She said, I'm fine, as long as I have to jump now or be lifted. And she's managed to spoil the ball, but the ball still gets out to Iran. Just a reminder, there's still no score on this pitch and on this game, and there's two teams on this pitch that really want to. And there was a high tackle that's accidental, I think, the player, but those are the laws, and there's somebody going off on a yellow card. And now, if Iran do not capitalize on this, they will look back in 2 minutes and to say we were 7 against 6 and we did not do it. There's a little bit of more creative play from Iran. There was a little bit of a show and go, and that she's just lost the ball. So there's going to be a scrum for Syria. So some creative play there from Iran. The ball didn't go through the hands all the way. There was a little bit of a line break there, or attempted line break, which almost worked, but good defense from Syria. So Syria feeding the scrum. That's Mary Abu Zaidan. She's fed the scrum. Oh goodness, well done. She got trapped there by Iran. Referee saying I'm playing advantage. Not much advantage now. Ranin, she cannot run around those speedsters. Referee saying, tackler, you need to roll away. Okay, and there they go. Ranin, Mama, she's the playmaker. She's the one that slows things down and then speeds it up again. A little bit of lateral running, but then she meets the defensive tackles from Iran. Again, referee saying, girls, you need to roll away. He's still playing advantage. That was fine. Now advantage over. Syria is getting the ball out. And this has been how this game's been played. The defense, they've been right at each other, forcing those little knock-ons, forcing scrums. Referee's got his time off, and we see substitutes coming on. I'm sure he runs back to seven on the pitch. So are we heading for extra time? That's the question, because at this stage, this is almost what we saw yesterday when these two teams met each other. It seems that they just can't break the line. There's so much speed there, and in terms of physicality, their tackles are thumping tackles. So This is a good scrum from Iran initially, and then Syria with a counter scrum. Okay, now the ball comes through the hands, and now it's going to be a foot race. Let's see. It's the fastest, and this could be it, and a brilliant tackle, but there's a support runner. This could be Iran's try. This could be... There was a knock on. Brilliant defense from Syria. Well done. Well done, Syria. My goodness. I thought this was going to be the try that's going to change the game. Now, Syria's very close to their try line. What are they going to do? We've seen them kick themselves out of trouble. But then when you kick, you need your speedsters. Remember what Iran men did. Kick themselves out of trouble and actually booked a place in the final.
Yeah, but I've seen that Syria is even attacking from their own goal line, which is just great to see.
Yes, they can do it because they've got Ranin and they've got Rosa on the wing. But they are being matched by Iran in terms of defense. Okay, let's see if they can get out of trouble. Those Iranian defenders are so good. Both teams. Okay, are they going to force a 5-meter scrum here? That's right, they're actually forcing the referee's saying, I'm giving a penalty to Syria. You need to release the tackler. And here we go. This is it. If we can see a runaway try. There's advantage being played. The referee's calming them down and saying, ladies, calm down. Said, when I award a penalty, I ask you to please move back. Iran, move back 10 meters. So in terms of body language, it seems that Syria's got this urgency. They're very, very well organized. They know exactly what they want to do. Doesn't matter where they are on the field. They know there's set calls for their penalties. Let's see what they're going to do with this one. Is it going to be an impact runner coming through the middle? That's right, the ball goes out. Then does it go in? Yes, it goes around this time. And that is that was an interception. I thought I was going to say that, and that's a try that's won the game for. And now this is unfortunate for Syria. They've got a yellow card. If Iran needs to score from here to actually take the game. And there it is. That is it. This is Heartbreak Hill. As we said, there's one team that's going to walk off this pitch. Their heart's broken, and at this moment it looks as if it's going to be Syria. Sometimes it's very unfortunate that there has to be a winner in a game like this. But this is why we play. You need to test each other. Okay. I would say the conversion is just as important. Good little kick there, but it's not straight, and that's the end of the match. Iran has got wow, we see some gymnastic skills there. They are going to go back with medals around their neck to Tehran. What celebrations! We haven't seen celebrations like this in a long time. We see the heartbreak. This is it. Syria got their hearts broken twice in an hour and a half. They would have been in the final. They actually had their place booked in the final, and then the Qatar came and scored in the last second. Now their hearts were broken again. So all I would say to them is, well done. Keep your heads up. You have played so well. Well done, Syria. It's what an amazing experience to have witnessed a game like this where these two teams have just battled it out right to them. And now we can see the Iranian men, they coming to cheer, but the Iranian men actually has more to cheer because they are going to play in the final. They are going to play in the men's final. They're just showing their appreciation to the women's team. We can see their president, Iran president, Mr. Mermehdi there. He is just as happy as the players, so the players are getting ready. So the men and the women, we can say. So Iran is definitely going back with 2 medals. The women's going back with a bronze medal, and the men, well, they're aiming to go back with a gold medal. They still have a date with the UAE later today at 8:20 tonight. So yes, the spirits are up. I think this energetically, this would also lift Iran and get them ready for that final against the UAE. So that takes the score to 12 points to 0. And this is only in the first half. So Qatar has not been out of their half yet. Well, there was a change of score. A try was not awarded. Did Tara lose the ball? The referees called them back for that could have been a forward pass. Well spotted there by the assistant referees. And that's the beauty of it when they work in teams. The match officials work in teams, okay. But there was a knock-on, and UAE is trying to capitalize on this, trying to get that extra runner there. She comes around. It's still 3-on-3. Still 3-on-3 now. They come, and it's Tara's decided I'm going to go straight, engage the player, and then just pop it to my teammate. Now they're setting it up. What are they going to do now? Pick and drive? No. Change of direction, and there's Tara. Beautiful play. This was very well executed. Okay, so that's the try that Tara wanted to score earlier that wasn't awarded for the forward pass. Now she's come back and said, okay, thank you very much. Now it's my time. I'll take that try. So when we have a look at technically what's been happening, UAE has been pinning down the Qatar women right in their own 22 and contesting those rucks very well, get some turnovers or get some penalties and then capitalize from there. So score stays 12 points to 0 for UAE versus their neighbors Qatar. So this is of course for the gold and the silver medal. So at least both of these teams are going to go away with medals. But if I ask them now which one do you want, of course everybody wants the gold. So Qatar just needs to play their game, and this is what they're doing. They are playing their game. And now there's some good running off the ball, and there's some good running now. If they could have an overlap here if they can just get the ball out wide. They still have the ball. They're protecting the ball. No wild passes at this moment. There's a little bit of lateral running. That means that there's good defense from UAE side, and there's the gap. But is there somebody else to take it on? The referee said there was a knock on. Play advantage UAE. And Tarakun says, I'll take it. Set it up. Pop it up. That's a good little pop. And now the UAE, they need to plan. They slow things down completely. And there's the mistake. There's the mistake. Can Qatar capitalize on it? Can that speedster who scored in the final, can she go around? This is going to be a heartbreak hill for her, because she is not going to be awarded this try. The referee's calling them back all the way. We got the crowd on their feet with that good run. Yeah, so I've got it as Charlotte Finney there. That's number 4. I hope the numbers are right. But we've seen her score a try in the semi-final. Okay, UAE is making no intentions to be pinned down. They want to run out of their own half. They're getting the ball down. And there they go. This could be a breakaway try. This is it. And this is going to take the score to 17. It's 17-0. Yes, it's 17-0 to the UAE. They're just running in the tries now. That's a long distance try. So the referee's just indicating he's given a yellow card there. Let's just see who's the recipient of this yellow card. I think it's one of the Qatar players. Yeah, she's going to sit down. I can't see her number there. Let's just have a look and see. There's going to be, I think it looks like number 8. Is she been carded? I saw a yellow card. The referee says conversion unsuccessful. This is 70 points to 0. This is a halftime score. 70 points to 0. UAE leading Qatar in this final. This is the West Asia Sevens Trophy final. This is the women's final, where UAE and Qatar had to fight their way over 2 days to get to the. So Qatar had to work very, very hard to get to the final. They played against Syria and won in the last minute. So they're definitely going to end up with a medal. But now the question is it gold? Is it silver? But at this stage, if you look at the scoreboard, it seems that the UAE are cruising towards that gold medal. UAE had a little bit of a hiccup yesterday against Iran, where they couldn't beat Iran. The match was drawn, but apart from that, they've done really, really well. Their first match, of course, first match we saw, they showed their intentions, and where they demolished Syria, and then from there on they had to work very hard. Some of the games were tough, but now they are here in the final with 17-point margin. So Qatar has come through without losing any of their matches, and then they ended up in a very tough semi-final against Syria. So let's hope that they can push the UAE. Let's hope that we can get to a close game, because we're so used to these close games now, especially on the women's side. We've seen so many games so close. Okay, UAE is shouted, UAE, so they're ready. See the water boys going off. We can see Qatar getting ready. We can see Coach Hassan and Coach Shanir there, having had their last pep talk with the girls. Tell them you've got 7 minutes to redeem yourselves, 7 minutes to cancel out that 17-0 score. Referee says, time on, here we go. That's Safa Dejani. She's going to kick off. Good little kick, but it doesn't go 10 meters. Nearly, it went 8.5, but that's not 10. So the referee says, UAE, you've got a free kick right in the middle of the pitch. UAE's slowing it down, deciding what they're going to do. They're deciding, okay, we're going to play left or right. Let's have a look. I'm expecting a power run. There goes Tara. She's going to do a power run, then pops it to somebody in the middle. And then they will most probably set it up, a good ruck, and then go to the left or to the right. They're going to the right. There's a little bit of traffic there on the right. They were outnumbered 3-2, and now they've decided to go to the left. And there's a chance. There could be an overlap. Let's have a look. But you need some speed to get around these Qatari women. So another good ruck set. Referee's got his arm out. I think that he's playing advantage. Perhaps for some infringement at the ruck. Ball comes out again. Advantage being over, and that was a brilliant little ball. And I think that is the lady's name is Kylie. She's a regular visitor to the try zone. So that takes the score to 22 points to 0 with a kick to come. So it seems the UAE have kept the best for last. They really put their stamp on this game. So another kickoff. Qatar's trying to organize themselves, deciding who's going to cover what area. They kick it exactly there where nobody was, and now they're putting pressure on Qatar. Referee's very close to the breakdown, and he says scrum. That's right. So we've got fresh legs on for UAE, and as we've seen this whole weekend, they do love their power scrums. Let's have a look. They're going to put the ball in. I would imagine they're going to get a counter scrum there from Qatar. And that's a steady scrum for UAE. Ball comes out. There's their captain. Oh, well done. And now it's just one way to the try line, but a beautiful tackle. Let's see, the referee has awarded a penalty try for the high tackle. He's awarded a penalty try. That means the conversion is not needed. But normally when the referees award a penalty try for a high tackle, they always also put their hands in their pockets, and he's just shown a yellow card. Is that Safa Tijani? Yes. She's saying sorry to her teammates. She's like, sorry. I know it was a high tackle. Unfortunately, I'm going to spend 2 minutes on the chair, on the naughty chair. So 7 against 6. Let's have a look and see what UAE, how they're going to capitalize on this. 29 points to 0. This is, I think UAE's they've got their hands on the gold medal here. They just need to play their game, and I think there's still a lot of energy in there. The question is, that was a forward pass, and this is the second time that speedster on the wing was disallowed, and it's the second time that it's been a forward pass. So I think perhaps she should just slow down a bit. I think she is too fast, because when she gets the ball, I don't think there are many women on this pitch that can chase her. Perhaps there's some from Syria or Iran. What we've seen is that they do have speed. So things have slowed down a little bit. We haven't really seen signs of fatigue creep in majority of the players. For all of them, this is game 6. You still see a lot of energy, and still see a lot of energy in the scrum. Clear scrum. Referee said there was an offside, so beautiful play there. Is she going to go herself? Does she? No, she's unselfish, and she wants to put... That is who won this one? Was it a try? Referee's awarding the try. This one was not a high tackle try, so there's no penalty try. The previous one was same spot, but that was a penalty try due to the high tackle. So we're still awaiting the conversion. Score 34 points to 0. This is one of their most difficult kicks. I'm sure UAE's got all the subs on now. Score stays 34 points to 0 for the UAE. UAE's got the bench on. All of them are on now, giving these girls, giving these ladies a last opportunity to play in the final, to play for that gold medal in the final. Good hanging kick. Oh, this is one of the best receives that we've seen. Okay, so there's a ruck, and now UAE. Yes. Qatar just came in and spoiled it for the UAE. UAE saying, we take a quick tap. We're going to test you. It didn't go back 10, but we're going to capitalize with a runner off the ball, and she's going to go all the way. And it's going to take the score to 39 points to 0. There's still a lot of energy in this UAE team. They the more tries they score, the more tries they want to score. This is a try binge now. Unfortunately, kick had everything and had the distance, had the height, but just not the direction. So score stays 39. And that wooter that we heard in the background, that's indicating that this is the last play. So UAE's got their hand on that gold medal. Did the ball go 10? The referee's saying no. Qatar, you have one more chance. At least I think Qatar, just if they could just score a try. And this is their opportunity. Are there runners off the ball? Here they go. Power run. They want to say, although we can't win this game anymore. The referee's saying, UAE, you stole the ball, and they kick it out because they know they're going to end up on the podium taking the gold medal. And now we see the sub bench running on. All of a sudden, nobody's tired anymore, except for the Qatar players, who some of them have gone down on the grass and just say this was just too much. The emotional turmoil that we've been put through for the last 14 minutes has just been too much. We see bear hugs from the UAE, see the UAE flag. Celebrations are starting. So very soon we'll have the men's final, which is giving the UAE women an opportunity to celebrate. So we'll most probably see them shaking hands with the Qatar women, saying to them thank you very much for a good final. Of course, they're getting the clap of Qatar women. They go home with a silver medal. Much appreciation. That's the UAE players making a tunnel for their Qatar opponents, saying thank you very much. This has been a good match. And I'm sure Qatar will make the tunnel for the UAE. Appreciation from all the crowd. And very soon, in a few minutes' time, we'll see the men's final, Iran versus the UAE. The teams are ready. Match officials are just getting ready for the final. We'll have the national anthems for both sides being played. And then it's game time. Then it's the men's turn to play for this. So a little bit of celebrations there. UAE just doing the last huddle there. Just to say, enjoying this moment. Just sucking it in and saying, this is it, this is what we came for. So now there's still a caravan of UAE players running across. Now they're going to cheer the men on who are also playing. So UAE is clapping them, cheering the men on, saying to them, we'll form a tunnel, we'll lead you out. So now it's time for the men's final. So very soon we'll have that. So I'm just going to do the announcements on the pitch side. I'll be back soon.